We are ever so close to the SA Championship. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the grand finals, the final day of the PMPL South Asia 23 as we get into day number 3, and the final 6 matches are remaining that decide who gets crowned as the ultimate champion of this tournament. I'm Pixis, joined along by Shadow. So Shadow, tell me, you've seen a few teams performing really well. Yesterday we saw SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting 3 chicken dinners out of 6. So coming into the final day, how excited are you, and who do you think is going to take the ultimate prize?
Oh, it's so very close between the players of NB Esports and DRS, and like you pointed, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting back-to-back 3 chicken dinners. If they replicate the same performance, we never know. Anyone can topple over DRS or NB Esports. Anything can happen. The race for the championship is getting more interesting and intense.
Oh, it certainly is. You know, it's like the final hurrah tonight for all these teams. We know there are a few in the bottom 8 whose chances of making it well to the top 12 are looking a little bleak, but they will surely do it. But let's take a quick look at the prize pool. Yes, $80,000 is on the line, out of which the first position gets $7,500 and so on reduces. We've got a separate one for the MVP as well. That's $1,000, and we've got top leading the charts in that one. And taking a look at the point structure, it has been you know, just recently introduced in the realms of PUBG Mobile and has been changing the dynamics ever since.
Oh yes, this time it's the elimination points that are of utmost priority, and all the teams, they have adapted themselves pretty much to the recent point structure. Now they're focusing on the elimination points rather than the placement point. But still, if you get a chicken dinner, you get 10 points. If you come on the second position, you get 6 points. And in the overall ranking, we have NB Esports. After having a very consistent run on both the days, they're sitting on the top with 161 points, and DRS Gaming only 8-point deficit. So anything can happen. Maybe DRS can topple over NB Esports, or maybe Stalwart or 4MB. They can finally start stepping up.
Oh, they definitely can. I mean, right now the battle is between the top 4. If SKYLIGHTZ Gaming or maybe IHC or maybe MABETEX, any one of them gets 2 back-to-back good games, then I think we might have a few more teams in the race for the top spot. But then again, we have another storyline where it is the top 12 that qualify for the SA Championships. So SITM is kind of sitting comfortably at least for now. But DEADEYES, guys, I mean, 1 or 2 good games, and same goes for Kunyo. Then things might start changing. SKYLIGHTZ Esports, Raw Officials. Well, we did see Raw Officials you know, get really close to a chicken dinner in the final game last night. But yes, they've got to do, or rather replicate more of that even today if they have to have to keep their dream alive to play in the SA Championship. But a quick stat comparison of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, how they performed in day number 1 with the day number 2. So you could clearly see the graph that's completely gone up, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming pretty much had been the best team yesterday.
Oh yes, totally agreed, 100%. In terms of the elimination which they were getting, the previous elimination ratio was 2.2, but it suddenly jumped up to 5.8. They were more towards the aggression. Even in the very first game, they managed to get 11 elimination. Yes, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but later on they went ahead, got 3 chicken dinners for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean those two in the Sanhok, and to end it all, that Erangel fiasco, which we absolutely loved, right? The way SKYLIGHTZ Gaming was playing, the kind of patience they showed, and all their decision making was clearly on point. And this is where you could see all these players being so happy about it, and it was much needed for a team like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, who sort of lost their old glory, right? It's kind of a redemption arc going on for the Nepali team. But yes, the battle overall is between 4 teams right now. That is DRS, we've got NB, then we've got for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports. Now, Stalwart Esports have been in the contention just considering the fact that they had gotten so much of those bonus points. Haven't seen anything flashy out of them, at least as of now. The final days, the final games of Erangel have gone in their favor, but this is one of those teams that has also been impressing us with their performance. But from day number 1 to day number 2, we witnessed a slight dip, but still, I must say, they're holding off pretty well.
In day number 1, NB Esports, they were able to get 1 chicken dinner in the very last Erangel, but on day number 2, no chicken dinner. That's why there is a certain dip. But in terms of the elimination points, in terms of the performance, they were performing really good. Even in the first Miramar, they came on the 2nd spot. The second Sanhok also, they came on the 3rd position. So yeah, NB Esports, they have been having a very consistent run.
Oh yeah, I mean, one thing for sure, right? Yesterday we did see Sek even stepping up to the occasion, and we did kind of highlight how important he was as a member of the team, right? Whenever it's something or the other happens to Mondo, Office Boy, he has always been one of those players who kind of holds the team together, right? So I'm kind of waiting, or rather excited to see more out of Sek and how he performs tonight. But at the same time, speculations will be on DRS as to how they're gonna be playing, how they're gonna hold on to that top spot. They've been really consistent. But taking a look at the schedule, a quick one. So it's gonna be Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel again. That will be repeated once more. So 6 matches to decide the fate of these teams, and only the top 12 folks qualify for the SA Championship. And whosoever gets to be the winner takes home $7.5 thousand, the lion's share of the $80,000 prize pool that we had. And we also get to find our MVP, out of which I think our top is apparently leading the charts, and quite deservedly so, because he's one of those players who has never lost form, has he?
Oh, he never lost the form. Yes, in the league plays also, he was the top contender for the MVP race, where East from the side of 4MV was also giving him tough competition, but this time it is only tops. And now the dreaded moment of the day, prediction time fixes.
Yeah, for me, I think I've come come here deciding my predictions already. It's going to be raw officials throughout, all 6 games, raw officials. And I would urge you, Bhavna, to go for Seal. I mean, we would want to see a little bit of that masala brewing up at the bottom half of the table. What about you?
Okay. My prediction goes for Seal Esports.
All right. So, to our humble request to the production, I mean, just lock it in for the remainder of the games, because we're not going to be jinxing the teams at the top table. So it's better that we keep things down below over there. I mean, if Raw or Seal win, then we're gonna get those one prediction right, for which I'll be really happy about. Yes, you can see that. But yeah, I think it's now time to come back to Miramar, right? Miramar has been one of those maps where the Mongolians tend to dominate a lot. But yesterday was sort of a different story. Yesterday we did see high voltage, absolutely electrifying the opposition. I mean, the way they were playing. So I kind of I'm really looking forward to them today, because just barring that one game and those early fights that they engaged and kind of got away with it, in the mid game to the late game, the transition has been really difficult.
Yeah, 100% agreed. High voltage, they have stepped up big time in the grand finals yesterday. In the first Miramar, they got a chicken, and even in the second Miramar, they came so very close where Assassin was on the lower ground and 4MV East had the height advantage in a tree trunk. So he got the chicken dinner. But yes, high voltage, that could have been a second chicken dinner for them in the map of Miramar. So in Miramar, high voltage is definitely a team to look out for. But 4MV also and Stalwart, they are caught in the rotations, but 4MV, they are lucky in terms of the circle we have been having these days in Miramar. So yeah, 4MV can also be a team to get a chicken dinner.
No, just hoping so, right? Hoping that could be the case for Miracle Vibes. Yesterday, the final Miramar really went down to the wire. It was an intense 1v1. I think it was Apex and Assassin, if my memory
Yeah.
serves me right. But what's happened in the past has happened. Shadow, let's just head in to a fresh new day where all these teams are going to be trying their hands out. And let's see what happens. The flight path trajectory all the way from Los Leones towards Torre Moda. And yesterday we had some similar, circles. Today something I want to witness something happening maybe around Los Leones. I mean, it's I think been ages, and it's not even been on a single instance where we could witness a Los Leones zone. So I want to see something like that happening because Illuminate crew day one they were amazing. Day two, number two comes in and somewhere down the line they kind of vanished.
Yeah, they had only one good game. That was also the first Erangel of yesterday. Yeah, day number one, I8, they got two chicken dinners. So I8 are also looking for that contestation of the top spot in the overall leaderboard. And if the circle goes towards the side of Los Leones, well, I8, they are going to be very happy. But the chances are very slim because time and time again, we have been having either a circle towards the northern side or a circle towards Chumasera where 4MV drop in. So this time, really hope something different comes in a complete southern eastern circle. Even the players of TRZ, they need some points, and if that happens, I think a southern eastern circle is something TRZ should be hoping for. But at least, okay, it's somewhere close to southern east.
I'm happy. I'll take this, right? I wanted a Los Leones zone. I've gotten one. And this sort of kind of opens up to a lot of possibilities, right? There's still, Picado Hills in contention. Then you've got the areas of Minas Generalis or La Benedita, where we've seen those circles take those shifts. There have been those rare occurrences where we kind of witness the circle going a little southeast of Chumacera over the hills. And that is going to be a treat for all our viewers. But as of now, it's going to be the usual, drops for all these teams. For Medical Vibes, they've dropped down directly a steep drop for them, and I think they're going to make their way towards Chumacera pretty much sooner or later. And Raw, Yeta Utas, Audi, these boys, yesterday, the final game was something to be remembering, something that was worth remembering, right? And today, I'm going to expect nothing less from them. I just want to see them go all out, engage in those fights. You never know, one step at a time. And if they keep on hitting, there will be a point where they might succeed, right? Where they might pose a threat. But if they kind of fluster up in the first three games, then the chances of making it to the SSC is pretty much done and dusted.
Chances are that they won't be able to qualify because this day is so very pivotal for all the teams who are on the bottom, like SKYLIGHTZ, TRZ, especially the plus of Raw officials, because Raw officials, they need too many points. There are 25 points deficit from the team sitting on the 12th spot. That is going to be SITM. So they need too many points. They need to replicate the same performance. Yes, yesterday we did see a fantastic performance from the side of Yeta Uta. In fact, Yeta Uta was a guy who was performing really good even in the league plays from the side of Raw officials. On day number one, there was a certain dip in his performance. He was taken out pretty early in the game. That is why Raw lads was struggling a little bit on day one. But finally, Yeta Uta was able to find those initial openings onto the opponent, and that is where Raw capitalized. Now they have to be so very cautious. The split that is coming from their side, 2 plus, so close to the plus of 4MB. So Raw, they need to be a bit cautious right now. But IHC, talking about this team also, yesterday they did have a very good game in the one of the Sanhok. But other than that, I think IHC were also missing yesterday.
Yeah, I think IHC, they kind of engaged in a lot of unwanted fights, right? They were forcing a lot of fights, and eventually there were teams that could just take them down there. And that Sanhok game, if you remember, right? They were doing so good. They kind of wiped out for Miracle Vibes, and then they decided to go after Kunyo TRZ, and we saw what happened to them and how easily they were kind of destroyed there over there. And it was Degree who did majority of the damage out there. So that's definitely one thing that IHC really needs to watch out for. In fact, instead of being the aggressors, just hold a good point and just try to defend with all your might, and that might yield them some good results. Because considering how they were playing in the first day, I felt like yes, this is a team that could contest for the top 3, but they kind of have lost their grasp out of the top 3, right? So today is the day where they have to again kind of start afresh, again start building up those points and take fights in which they can control the situation. Another one of those instances was I think the map of Miramar, the second one where they decided to barge in on T2K, and we all saw what Jane did to them, and what happened, what followed suit. It was DRS, it was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, from the backlines for Miracle Vibes, so many teams. I mean, I kind of love actions like that. But right now, who we have in front of us is Team Stalwart Esports, a team that a lot of people thought would have no difficulties winning this tournament. But yes, in the league stages they were looking really sound. But in the grand finals, hasn't they haven't really opened up, right? Every single time we see, they win a few early fights, and then while transitioning, it's been the same old story all over again. They lose out on 2 of the players and they have nothing to fight for. I think we finally saw Stalwart Esports a decent performance in the final game of Erangel. Then they decided to push in on Raw, for which they were so well prepared and fended them off.
Yeah, but that tends to happen, Pixels, when you're the top team in the league plays. You have so many matches in your hands. Even if you try to bring something out of the box, your opponents, not just one, all the teams in the lobby are reading you. Their analysts, their coaches are reading onto your strategies. They are coming with the counter strat, and that is something that is going to come and bite you in the back in the grand finals. That could be the reason where 4MV and Stalwart Esports were struggling a little bit on day number 1. 4MV finally they have recovered. They are capitalizing on those elimination points. They have started getting those chicken dinners. But in league plays, it was Elementrix that was a team that became an ugly thorn for the players of 4MV, and this time it looks like it is the players of IHC, because it's not just 1 or 2 times. So many times we have seen IHC and 4MV go up against each other, or actually 4MV barging into the compounds of IHC time and time again, where IHC, they have always been prepared. They were anticipating kind of the players of 4MV. So yeah, that is something also that you need to work on. But talking about other teams, Leo Esports, this is a team that stepped up big time yesterday. They got a chicken dinner for themselves in one of the Erangel. The second Sanhok, they came so very close, where the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming got the chicken dinner, but still they had very decent amount of elimination points in their hands. They came on the second spot. So Leo Esports are also amping up their gameplay day by day.
Yeah, I think Leo Esports is a squad that has has had a better graph compared to the remainder of the teams. Barring the top order teams, the teams that are in the top upper echelon. So I think I've really liked how they've been playing lately, how they've been progressing over time, and yeah, get a few chicken dinners, and they're quite comfortable also at the spot they're holding on to. So right now, what their immediate objective will be, of course, to kind of make sure that they're getting into SSC, because the kind of battle that is brewing in the top 4. I think somebody needs to really rack up at least that 20 points or 25 points advantage in the first 3 games, because if they do not, in the final 3, we will see the teams at the bottom half of the table. They kind of start to get a little more aggressive, so they do not hesitate in taking those fights, and at time they can be really dangerous. And this is one of those circle shifts that I said, one of the rather uncommon rare occurrences, where it kind of tends to go a little down south, and Raw have the optimum control over the map as of now. All they've got to do is find a good hill to find cover and just sit there, watch all these teams rotate, watch everybody fighting around them, and replicate something like what they did in Erangel yesterday. I'm not asking for a chicken dinner, But if they can use the altitude to their favor, if they can get a few more kills here and there, and kind of end with 10 12 elim points, and then maybe get a second or third spot, and if they can continue doing that, Shadow, then their chances of making it to the SA Championship will be real.
100% agreed, because look at SITM Esports. They are coming from the northern front, and so many rotations are happening. So for SITM, this game is not going to be that easy. On the other side, Raw officials, like you said, they do have a position advantage, circle advantage, and only 25 points deficit. One chicken dinner, they can cover up that distance. But right now, we have a fight breaking in between the players of T2K and Leo Esports, where Mr. Smokey is ready with a grenade, but he's not going to find any sort of connection. On the other side, we have Jane and Siok. The grenades are coming to and fro, and perfect one on HIGHVOLTAGE. Jane brings in and knocks him down. Now Leo, they are down to 2 men, and Mr. Smokey also goes down, leaving Liquid and Sus all by himself. Instant confirmation on Mr. Smokey. Now the numbers are not favoring the case of Leo, and T2K, they are looking so aggressive right now.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. They've kind of completely isolated Liquid, and they're going to make a push at his direction. There you go, pushing in tandem. Liquid still holding out on his own, has managed to get a few knocks here and there, and now Suyoga will have to chime in. It's going to be Sussex, the last player surviving, as T2K making sure that they do not suffer more casualties. But Sussex decides to be the aggressor, but Suyog was so well prepared. So it was the hunters who went out for hunting and eventually just became the hunted, right? Because T2K, they were just with 2 players, and the cavalry arrived really quickly. And courtesy to Jade with that grenade on HIGHVOLTAGE, that's where things started going south for Leo Esports. And we were just, praising Leo Esports, how they have developed, how they've evolved as a team. And this is what happens. This is the only reason, Shadow, that I refrain from making any sort of predictions.
It's so very difficult because all these teams are so capable. Even the players of T2K, they are 37 points deficit from the top spot. And okay, let's face it, it's not so easy to cover it up. They can still increase their bank balance by coming in the top 5. Right now, they are in the epicenter. Perfect synergy came in when they were pushing onto the players of Leo Esports. They were there like a pack of wolves hunting the players of Leo Esports. Perfect grenades were coming in. And the moment they realized Leo, they don't have the numbers, they just barged into their compound, taking down Liquid and then Sus. But we have another fight that might potentially break in between the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and 4MV, because SKYLIGHTZ, they're trying to move in from the western front, where the players of 4MV, they do have a certain height advantage, and they can spot the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. So SKYLIGHTZ, they need to be a bit alert and cautious at this point.
Oh yeah, I think they will have to be. And at this point, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a lot of eyes are going to be on them, and especially the worst possible opponent that they can imagine right now for Medical Vibes. They are keeping an eye on them, and that's going to be a little bit of a tough task. How do they make it successfully inside the circle, especially when they're kind of pushing in from the western side? And this was sort of anticipated. Nima goes falling down, and that is not where their woes end, right? You've also got NP Esports in the nearby vicinity, and with East getting that second knock, I think for Medical Vibes, we all know what they're up to right now. They would instantly want to get in and just try to inch the gap a little bit closer, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming making no delay over here, just trying to apply that extra bit of pressure on for Medical Vibes so that they can get the rest back at the very least. But no, things have gotten completely topsy-turvy for them as another one goes falling down, bites the dust, as AJ still somehow managing to buy some time, but not at the best of HP, does not have enough time to heal himself and find some cover. In fact, administers that first aid, and you can see Nima, he's already decided to escape, and he wants to go on to save his life, because AJ seems like he's a lost cause over there, stuck all by his lonesome as Stock, just trying to drive around with his monster truck, searching for AJ's whereabouts, as No Fear and Mafia Ninja, they lie in vain, just yelling, screaming in pain, but nobody to hear them out. But AJ, if he can buy a little bit more time, then maybe could force out a revival, but that does not seem possible anymore, because Talk and East have already decided to go for the push.
No, it was impossible to save the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now, but right now 4MV looks like they are also in the crosshairs of Nima. At the same time, NB Esports, Sek with a perfect mini shots takes down one player from the side of 4MV, and that is not just a single normal player, that was Dog the Grenadier. He has been eliminated. Now 4MV left with only 3 players. On the other side, we have TRZ breaking fight with the players of IHC, where Degree with those grenades is looking for some kind of an opening, but no connection whatsoever. On the other side, IHC, they are ready with those buggies, trying to lure the players out of the cover area, get to know about their position, and one of the player, LX, he received hefty damage from that grenade.
Yeah, IHC, they're kind of opting for that bait and switch strat, hoping somebody just gets out of their position and tends to shoot at their direction, and the ones providing cover would get the knock instead. But TRZ exercising extreme caution over there. Mamba, you could see, just trying to thread the needle, just trying to spot a little bit of those pixels and maybe then take a few shots here and there. Does not have any grenades, and had he had a few utils that she could have used, could have at least applied a little bit of pressure on IHC. IHC understand the gravity of situation. Now again, trying to force this fight, getting a little close and personal onto its Degree. Degree hides in that little shroud of smoke, and now Zyol decides to attack in. And with that, Karel just goes spraying down, hoping a shot would connect, eventually wanting to drive over, but Zyol finds a knock as Godless charges in, and there you can see somehow Kunyo TRZ, they are holding with all their might that they have. As you can see, Rare is the final player surviving as Demo. He's got to somehow protect his team, get Godless back on his toes, which is not going to happen, as Kunyo TRZ have managed to get that rest back on Mamba, as now it has all fallen down towards Demo, where he's got to pick a fight against two. Rare, he's been taking a few damage right at that position, but eventually somehow succeeding. TRZ managing to keep their players alive, and in fact rather hoping that they could get a few more revivals, as Alex just trying to impart as much information as possible, as Rare deciding to kind of administer that first aid, and Demo takes it as a golden opportunity and takes him out of the picture. But at this point, IHC really need to get the players back alive, which I don't think is gonna happen, as IHC did manage to win the fight, but at the cost of 3 of their players.
Three crucial players have been lost from the side of IHC, but on the other side, we have the players of SITM in close proximity to Seal, where Tops is also lurking nearby. So Stalwarts, they are also in the picture, but Seal, they are looking confident, as Rog is so very close to the players of SITM, where one player is bleeding out. The revival should be made because QB is already nearby Dobu. So there is no problem in the revival, but on the other side, we have High Voltage and Stalwart Esports, and looks like action. He has already spotted an assassin over there thanks to that buggy, and with that M416, he was trying to deliver some kind of a lead towards him, but no damage whatsoever. But Zordi in the compounds of IA, perfect grenade comes in and takes down Woofis over there, leaving Nova X all by himself. Multiple grenades coming in, looking for the confirmation. Now Zordi, he has no idea about the position of Nova X, but where is the backup? Where are the cavalry? Where is Sky from the side of IET? And Nova X trying to take down the players from Raw Official. Can he take down Kancha? Surviving on a sliver of HP. I think he can if he managed to burst down that vehicle, but Kancha is ready with a grenade of his own. And this time Nova X needs to be very cautious, whereas on the other side, Geto Uta comes in and takes down Sky, and Zordi takes down Nova X. I8, in a blink of eye, they have been annihilated from the lobby.
Yeah, this is exactly the Raw officials that we wanted to see, and I really liked how Kancha just posed a lot of pressure on the final player of I8 over there. I kind of liked how he just got that monster truck right on his face and kind of drove all that attention towards him, while his teammates kind of took the opportunity and finally just put him down for good. As the circle sort of takes that shift, T2K in a really promising position. Right behind them, they find the players of SKYLIGHTZ Esports. MABETEX, day number 2 was kind of a silent affair from their side. Did not see a lot happening, and they'd be rather hoping that Komet day 3, they find some good position points. But it's going to be difficult, especially with DRS right beside you, and DRS, they're showing some other intent. They've spotted out Yetauta, who was out of cover, and managed to easily pick him off. Now, this is where, Raw really need to just cut down on their losses and move ahead, because committing for Yetauta, that's going to be really expensive, considering DRS have constantly kept an open eye at their players. But MABETEX, this is a squad that could potentially pose a threat. If Killer or Gyante, if they're not paying attention towards their backlines, they could be in a whole world of trouble.
Southern Eastern rotations are getting so risky for all these teams. IHC, Raw Officials, they are suffering casualties where Demo is all by himself. DRS is also on the Southern Eastern side, and MABETEX, they are in the perfect position. But Delta, that was bound to happen. He gets a confirmation point onto Yeto Uta, but mature decision from the side of Raw Official. But Delta, by firing those bullets, he has grabbed the attention of MABETEX Esports, and from uphill, Leo, he has taken hefty HP out of Delta. Now DRS, they have to be very cautious. Yes, they do have those buggies for the little bit of the hard cover, but they don't have the perfect position where his teammate, I think Rules, is already closing in the distance, trying to go in a range where he can lob those perfect grenades to find some sort of connection and knock onto MABETEX Esports. But now he's going to change his mind. He's going to stick with his teammates on the other side. 4MV Apex, look at him. High voltage, they have no idea where East comes from the back lines, takes down Assassin over there. And that is the moment when Apex is going to chime in, take down Malik over there. Now High Voltage left with only 2 players. This is not looking good for them.
Oh, this certainly isn't, as for Medical Vibes in close proximity to High Voltage and Assassin and Malik were not really hoping for those early knocks on their players. Now Praveen just hiding inside that murky smoke. Jiggle in turn wants to get that rest back up quickly ASAP, but will that happen? Yes indeed it does, as Jiggle gets spotted out by Refuse, forms a different angle and finds 2, as High Voltage one after the other. They're getting melted down as Assassin, the solo survivor remaining. What can he do? Can he pull off a miracle? And in fact goes after Apex, who goes for a drive-by, you know, just trying to lure him out of his cover. And successfully for Medical Vibes have managed to eliminate the likes of High Voltage, and Refuse also will survive. And East has sort of been the one who's been delivering those devastating killer blows and has been getting those initial few knocks, just propelling the players of for Medical Vibes to kind of get the remainder of the players. So Stalwart, they might have lost out on Icy, but still a 3-man strong team now have set their eyes on Deadeyes, guys.
On the other side, NB Esports and Raw Officials are also locking horns with each other, where the numbers of Raw Officials are not supporting their case. But like you said, Stalwart Esports tops is so very close to the plus of Deadeyes. And the way Stalwart Esports, they are way too spread out. They are looking for some kind of an opening onto Deadeyes with those grenades and perfect Molotov, and Slayers are literally burning in actions. Molotov has been dealt with. An instant confirmation coming in. Now Deadeyes, they have been reduced to only 2 men. And if a knock comes in, there is no chance that they can save each other or they can do anything, because look at the compounds they're holding. It's so very small. They are susceptible to those grenades and the Molotovs. And Stalwart, I don't think they're going to face any kind of a problem in dealing with the players of Deadeyes rushing onto the compound of On Top Sir. Z in action. They're ready with the Molotov and UMP45. But the question is On Top Sir prepared? And no, he's not. And Z from that window, perfect angle, he takes down On Top Sir. And with the blink of eye, Deadeye guys, they have been dealt with 0 elimination in their name.
I was sort of getting worried because I could see for Medical Vibes, yes, taking a few pot shots at the players of Stalwart, but now this is the moment. DRS, they have to win this fight. The team that's on the top against the team that's on second. DRS versus NB Esports. This is the moment that everybody was waiting for. As there you can see Sandesh gets a lock on towards action, but for now, Rules scooped up that grenade. Wander right in front of him. Will throw it into perfection. Does it land? Yes, it does indeed. As now DRS, they will have to capitalize on the situation. Bobbing and weaving through all those bullets. Oh, finds himself in a really bad position as Rules will get traded off by NBS. Fistboy, everything comes down to this one lad. He needs some cover. He needs these players to come towards him, as somehow they need to find a way to get the rest back up. Yes, they do. Fistboy taking down Delta in that process, as Gyante will try to get Rules back up, try to reset this fight. MABETEX haven't yet come in for the poke, as Sek from the backlines, he's watching onto their flanks. He's just ensuring that nobody pushes on towards them, as DRS try to get inside the zone, but Fistboy's Molotov is going to be enough, taking down Gyante in the process. And now DRS slowly but surely starting to lose out on numbers, as Rules, he's got to fight against the blue and also get in, considering the fact that MABETEX are also watching from afar. And there you go, Leo deals the killer blow, and now just one remains. It is all down towards Killer, who knows exactly where Leo is, but what can he possibly do when he's pinched in from both the sides? As there you go, goes for the peak, but Leo, really quick, really agile, ensures DRS Gaming do not escape.
Oh, perfect synergetic attack on the applause of DRS. That was bound to happen. DRS was such close proximity to the players of MABETEX Esports since a very long time, where NB Esports was also in the picture, and now NB Esports. They should be in the crosshairs of MABETEX, but are they prepared? On the other side, we have SKYLIGHTZ AJ taking on one player from 4MV with a perfect grenade. I wonder where exactly it is happening. I believe it is AJ is somewhere on the center position all by himself. This is not looking good, and Nima is so far away from him. If a knock comes onto AJ, I don't think Nima will be able to save him, because 4MV, they have the numbers advantage. But finally, Nima will start closing in the distance. And 4MV, they do have certain vehicles for the hard cover and ridges to play around with, but they also need to watch the 6, because from the backline, Stalwart Esports, they're also moving in, but right now they have their own worries, because NZ has been taken down. They have to go for the revivals as well. So for now, Stalwart are busy, but sooner or later, they will come and strike onto the plus of 4MV.
Yeah, I think for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, it's pretty much just stay divided. They have to fend off on their own, because they would just want to survive and secure those position points. I think that's their go-to approach for this game. SEAL Esports, however, they've managed to take this opportunity, trying to close in on the gap, trying to maybe just breach through T2K's compounds, or just hope that somebody strikes them over, and then they're there to salvage whatever remains. But T2K, they're in prime position to get this chicken dinner. All they've got to do is defend with all their might, as Action is getting constantly tapped off with that mini shot. And this is that perfect cue. This is that moment of opportunity that Seal needed to capitalize. But Jane was really there. He was anticipating such a thing to happen, and Seal, they have been reduced to ashes. The final player surviving for Team Seal, and that has to be Rogue. How long can he do so? That's a big question over there, as in fact he decides to go after Action himself, and takes a massive chunk out of him. In fact, just drives him over. But for now, MABETEX still have all 4 of their players alive, and Leo will get that rest back onto him. MABETEX have a slight advantage, I must say, over T2K, considering the altitude that they have. And the nearest posing threat will, of course, be from T2K, where NB, if they can capitalize on the opportunity, they could also, just take them down.
I think at this moment, if NB Esports stays silent and patient, I think they can get a chicken dinner. That should be the target if they want to be the champion of the grand finals. But right now, MABETEX Esports, Leo has been taken down, but it's an easy revival that is coming in. T2K, this is the moment when they should be lobbing some grenades on the Molotovs in the direction of MABETEX and look for those confirmation points. But AJ, well, he has been eliminated by NB Esports, leaving Nima all by himself. But Jane, with that mini, he has spotted on the players of Stalwart Esports, and Stalwart, all they have is a little bit of the ridge for the hard cover. And the moment the circle takes a southern shift, Stalwart, they have to come out in the open. But if it goes toward the northern side, well, Stalwart, they will have the benefit of the circle. But Kese, with the Scarrel, takes on Fist Boy over there, out there in the open, the players of NB Esports. But do they have any sort of idea about the position of Nima? Nima can be that ugly thorn for the players of NB Esports. But for now, Stalwart Esports and 4MV, they are locking horns with each other. Trades were coming in, and Zed is left all by himself, where 4MV, they still have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, even if it kind of goes a little north, I don't see NZ trying to successfully make it inside the circle, because look at it, it's so open right now, and they're going to be prone to a lot of shots coming at their direction. NZ, at this point, he's pretty much given up. All he can hope for is these remainder of the teams fighting it out amongst themselves, as I think the battle is going to get just heated up between MABETEX and T2K, where NB might decide to third party. But for now, for medical vibes, they have also been hitting the corners really well, and now this is the point where they make a move, and who will be on towards? That's a big question, right? Nima, he's also trying to survive for as long as he possibly can, still remaining hidden. As Sek, he's the one trying to just mow down the players of NBS. T2K, they decide to take another spot, and right now, Kessie, he's going to take the opportunity of taking one of the players of NB down. I think Akaza has fallen on his knees, as Nima finally bites the dust at the 6th position as the final 5 remain, with T2K, MABETEX being the prime contenders for getting a chicken dinner, unless and until NB pull off something really miraculous. As NERZ, despite against all odds, that one grenade just taking down the entirety of T2K. Wally also chiming in that process, but NERZ, he's done the job for his squad. He's got to be the hero for Stalwart Esports as they end up at the 4th position, but hey, with 7 limbs to their name.
But 4MV, heavy fire coming in their direction, and they have also been dealt with by the plus of MABETEX Esports. MABETEX having the perfect rooftop angle onto them, and they are bringing the numbers of NB Esports down. At the same time, the trades are coming in. Baron is down. This is the moment MABETEX, they have to go for those 4 trades. They have to go for the rescue mission onto those fallen teammates. 3 players on the rooftop. On the other side, the majority of the real estate is in the hands of NB Esports. But Mondo, that could have been a precise grenade from the side of MABETEX. His position has been compromised and multiple grenades are coming in. I don't know how he's going to survive those barrage of grenades, but somehow he's still standing strong, still surviving. But Valley comes in with a M416 and a Molotov, takes down both the players, Sek and Kaze from NB.
Yeah, now this is the point where MABETEX go in for the push. This is the point where they deal the killer blow, and they indeed do, and get this important, very crucial chicken dinner for themselves, and that is gonna just give them a little bit of morale. They're still in the top 8, nothing to worry about. They're gonna kind of inch in closer maybe to that 5th or 6th position, but such a huge game for NB Esports as well, getting that 2nd spot with decent amount of limbs to their name. Now this is where they start bringing in that difference against DRS, take that top spot, and will want to even increase that lead further. But what a start it has been for the Mongolian teams, all of them kind of performing really out of expectations. T2K had such a good position, but they kind of messed things up, didn't they? Trying to just survive in that one little dip, and all it took was just 2 grenades from NERZ to wipe the entirety of T2K. But this is it. There you can see MABETEX courtesy to that chicken dinner. Now they find themselves at the 5th spot with 19 points.
Oh yes, they are in the top 5 now, and that was their target, and they will be targeting the top spot as well. But yes, 19 points is definitely going to help them propel themselves in the overall ranking. But in the esports, again, a very consistent performance came from their side. In the last few moments, it was just the position. Their positions were compromised. All they had was little rock for the hard cover, and they were susceptible to those grenades. And MABETEX, well, they were on the rooftop. The perfect grenades were coming in, and they were able to bring down the numbers of NB Esports.
Yeah, I think, it was a really technical game of Miramar, to be honest. There were so many things that we could talk about. We will indeed, but let's take a look at the MVP. Has to be East. I mean, this was coming, right? With the way For Medical Vibes were looking in their zone tonight. In fact, the way they started. I think For Medical Vibes, of course, 4 eliminations are not going to justify that 1,000+ points of damage that East dished out, and this is also going to help For Medical Vibes to accrue a lot of more points. And towards the end, For Medical Vibes were just caught between a rock and a hard place, so they could not do much from there. But still, despite that fact, they had a pretty good game as well.
Oh yes, they had a very good game. In the start of the game, they were able to bring down the numbers of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with those grenades. Then they were able to eliminate the players of high voltage, the nearest threat they had for that chicken dinner. So they already dealt with high voltage at the very early stage. Along with that, T2K, they also had a very decent run. In the starting, they were able to eliminate the entirety of Leo Esports, a perfect synergetic attack. The perfect grenades was coming from the side of Jane. It was Jane who was able to take down one player from the side of Leo Esports. If I'm not wrong, maybe more than one. Even NERZ. Well, NERZ, he eliminated the entirety of T2K.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was one for the highlight reels, and T2K would be devastated by that. But take a look at the match summary, and there you can see those 5 eliminations coming in for NERZ. He was he was absolutely impressive with the way he played, because I really thought that he's not going to even survive over there. But somehow he did, and he made that happen. Action and NERZ, 2 of those players, making sure they got a lot of points for Stalwart Esports. And there you can see MABETEX Esports right on top with 19 points. For Medical Vibe, a really crucial one for them. as they also managed to get 14 along with NB Esports. So now DRS, considering they could not get a lot, and I really felt, Shadow, that DRS should have retreated from that position the moment they realized that MABETEX was right on top of their heads. So had they done that, had they even pushed on T2K, they could have still been in a fighting contention. But instead, managing to make a little bit of a defensive stance, kind of got caught in the middle with nowhere to run and hide.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. And this time, so many teams were going for the southern eastern rotation. That is where the players of IHC, TRZ, Raw officials, IA, they were pretty much stuck. And IA, they also had to buy the farm so very early. But in the overall ranking, no one is taking NB Esports top spot for now, 175 points. But for MV, they are inching closer to them with 162 points to their name. On the second spot, Stalwart Esports. This time, they did have very good elimination point, 160 points, only 2 points deficit from 4MV.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Look at that, how much the top order has been stirred up, right? DRS Gaming, I mean, at 156, just courtesy to one bad game. And suddenly you could see NB Sports and the rest, they've kind of gone way ahead, like almost around 20 points of difference has been created. And this is going to hurt them because Stalwart has also caught up, Fomerical Vibes has also caught up, and a huge task lies up ahead. But as we move on further down below, SKYLIGHTZ Sports did have a decent game in this one, did manage to accrue a few points here and there. DEADEYES guys could not see a lot out of their side, but let's take a quick look at the schedule as we're done with Miramar. But next up ahead, it's going to be the map of Sanhok, a map that has been right now currently owned by the Nepalis, right? Till now, not even a single Mongolian or a Bangladeshi team has managed to get a chicken dinner in the grand finals, at least. So let's hope we do not get to see SITM and High Voltage going up against each other. We do not get to see those early fights. Rather, a very interesting game towards the end.
Oh yes, because in the grand finals, rivalry is not going to benefit either of them. Yes, High Voltage, they may be in a safe spot, but like you said, the overall leaderboard is so volatile. One bad game and maybe right now you are in the top 12, but you can be thrown out of top 12 and you can be in the danger area. So definitely SITM and High Voltage, they both don't want such a situation. So mature decision is just go for your normal loot, grab those resources, avoid those early drop collisions, because even hey, Deadeye guys, they're also joining the fray these days.
Exactly, I was just gonna get there because no matter whoever survives, whoever is the victor, does not get to enjoy the spoils of war there, right? Instantly, just being happy. All right, we got 4 eliminations or 3, and suddenly Deadeyes guys out of nowhere, they just pop in. And yes, we did make our predictions, did not happen, but yes, I think my predictions have been made. And for Bhavna, for you, do you want to make any predictions or want to go with the usual?
I'll go with Seal. Let's stick to the bottom team. 2 teams, let's root for them.
Alright, so Seal it is for Bhavna, and she's made it. But we would want to know what the viewers think, because the first game of Miramar completely shows how hungry these teams are for that top spot, right? NB Esports, a game that really mattered to them. They somehow converted it, got a lot of points secured out of this one. Of course, missed out on the chicken dinner, but that's not something to scoff at, because those 14 points that they have collected is going to help them a lot in the overall standings. But even for Fomerical Vibes, we could finally see them getting into their zone, finally see East making those crucial plays, and Doc also trying to capitalize on it. And sadly, Doc kind of got eliminated a little bit earlier. But yes, the top 4 teams have come down to their senses right now. We could see even Stalwart being quite vigilant, quite watchful. We haven't seen any of those aggressive plays that are not called for, not forcing fights, or rather, playing with proper caution. So, this is what I really wanted, right? All these teams to kind of start looking at things and approaching the circle in a quite meticulous manner, which they are doing. And I'm pretty sure that is going to yield them results with those 5 games still remaining.
just 5 games, not only just 5 games, and they're so very less because, like you said, one bad game, anything can happen. Right now, you might be sitting on the 11th or the 10th spot, and one bad game, you could be on the 13th spot. Even the bottom teams, the way they are stepping themselves up, yes, there is still a chance for the players or for the team on the 13th or the 14th spot, the players of TRZ, but they have to be so very consistent. The remaining 5 games are so pivotal for these bottom teams. Yes, for the top teams, they are having their race for the money, but for the bottom teams, it's a race for the qualification to the SA Championship. That is more important because that is where the major prize money is going to be. So yes, let's hope SITM and High Voltage, like you said, they don't turtle up with their very first game, because if they do so, I think DEADEYES, they are going to be so very happy. They need those points. They are hungry for those points, and they're going to find them in the name of SITM and High Voltage.
Yeah, at a point, after the first 3 games, somebody is going to just break free, right? Like we saw right now, NB Esports are playing exactly the way they are supposed to and delivering results. Of course, they missed out on the chicken dinner, but they're going to be really happy with the points that they collected, and same goes for Medical Vibes also. Now, this is a huge game for DRS because they will have to get back into the equation, because if they do not, then we're going to see the top 3 Mongolian teams reign over the SA region. But for now, the flight path trajectory all the way from Lakavi towards Hathin, a lot of teams won't have any problems taking their drops. Just hoping somebody does something out of ordinary and proves us wrong. Maybe, a different drop clash we get to see. But is that going to happen? We are going to get your answers in the next couple of seconds, because DEADEYES, High Voltage and SITM, they are, going back to their old regime again. We could see that action breaking out, but seems like SITM want to sit this one out, just stay back a little bit, maybe go towards Camp Alpha. But a different fight's happening over there. Look at High Voltage. They want to take the fight right at these faces. I feel there's a little bit of a rivalry that has brewed up. I think a little bit of a revenge story that's going on, because this is something that DEADEYES guys did not anticipate, and their worst fears have come true.
This might cost them the qualification. DEADEYES, they have to win this fight. At the same time, High Voltage for them also. This is so very pivotal. The rivalry is still brewing up. And look at the position of True Love Star. He can be that cheeky player who having an off angle, which the players of High Voltage are not anticipating at all, because their entire attention is towards On Top Sir, Precious Sir and Slayer Sir, who are trying to regroup. And On Top Sir, well, he's not giving any kind of sound cue. He's not moving a single muscle. But I'm hoping True Love Sir to bring some kind of an opening. But High Voltage, well, they're looking pretty much equipped. The backs are pretty much full. And Jiggle crawling his way, being one with the nature, moving inching closer to the players of DEADEYES. But unfortunately, has got no grenade, nothing, just a level 2 vest and a QBZ.
I don't like this. I don't like this from High Voltage. They should have done the contrary. They should have gone after True Love. I'm pretty sure they must have seen one of that parachutes landing aloof from his team, and should have rather isolated, because this is what happens when you do not have the information on your opponents, right? And Jiggle knows that the other remainder players of DEADEYES are just cornered to this one place. But what can they do? Now suddenly the panic has set in, because they have lost out on Assassin, one of the most reliable players of their team, and giving DEADEYES guys that little room to maneuver, that little room to rotate around. And well, Hathin sort of been their go-to place, and they know the nooks and crannies. They know the places that they can capitalize on. And High Voltage suddenly have had to take a back step from over here.
Challenging a team in their home ground is never a good idea, and I think High Voltage, they have realized it. Jiggle, like I said, is out there in the open with no helmet. One bullet is enough to take down Jiggle in this situation. Yes, he does have a level 2 vest, but that is not going to help him, because no smokes, no throwables, nothing, just a weapon in his hands. The numbers are not in their favor, and the way the players of DEADEYES guys are surrounding High Voltage right now, well, Jiggle, he can't save his teammates. He can't help his teammates. And DEADEYES, I don't think they're going to make the mistake of coming out in the open on the other side of the fence, from where Jiggle can get a line of sight onto DEADEYES. So pretty much High Voltage, it looks like this fight is not going to go in their favor. But anything can happen. Anything can happen. Jiggle is still crawling his way towards True Love Sir. I hope DEADEYES, they don't come out in the open, because this game is so pivotal for both these teams.
Okay, so one thing for sure that I can, you know, contemplate from here is the fact that high voltage, they know they're qualified for the SA Championship. What do they have to lose? No matter what they try, how much they try, I'm pretty sure they're not gonna get onto the top spot. And at this point, I guess they don't care about the prize money either. So what they're gonna do is just not let Deadeyes guys get away from here. At least they would want to, cause them a few more losses. Because look at the circle, right? The circle's nowhere close to where they are at this point, and they'll have to make a way inside the circle. And for Deadeyes guys, they're not at the best of positions, right? They need to have those good games. But look at SITM. Chiro, is he aware of Stalwarts coming in, or is it the other way around where Dobu, he saw Icy coming in close, and Jiro did not even have to move a muscle there, and suddenly, just like that, Icy has been taken down out of the equation. Now SITM, this is something that they haven't done previously, right? They usually tend to take a fight against high voltage, and Stalwart was really caught off guard over there as Jiro getting a little pressurized from up top, and now they're gonna go in for the push and just apply or try to take down Jiro in this process. Stalwart trying to move in tandem with each other, but Icy finally succeeding as Dobu's position also gets compromised. Stop providing that quintessential cover fire from up top as SITM. Now this is the moment where they have to reconsider their approach towards this fight. You can clearly see Desert and QB, they've already broken down for a flank as Stalwart, they are adamant on getting their players back alive as two of them have already bitten the dust as for Miracle Vibes, out of nowhere they just come in and steal their kills away. And Stalwart, they, at the same time, I'm pretty sure they're pissed, but they do not have any time to lament or be angry about. They need to get the hell out of there, because if they get caught there, there is no means of escape. From one side, they can get sandwiched by the players of SITM. From the other, it is going to be for Miracle Vibes, who absolutely mow them down.
I just feel sad for the players of SITM Esports. I can feel their pain. They changed the drop just to escape from the clutches of high voltage. And high voltage, this time, they went for DE. And SITM, unnecessary, they got into the clutches of Stalwart Esports, where they lost two of their players. I feel sad for them, but high voltage, well, Praveen all by himself, holding on to his position, not giving any kind of sign. Finally, he comes out, takes down one player from side of DEADEYES guys, but the DBS never fails to impress me. On top, sir comes right in the nick of time, saves the day for his team, and now high voltage. Yes, they are in the 10th spot right now. But
Yeah.
DEADEYES guys, they understand how important this game is, this very day is, because right now they are not in the qualification position in the overall leaderboard. They're sitting somewhere on the 13th spot. They need those points, and now they have the numbers. What can Jiggle do in this situation? He can't do anything. He can make a jump into the water and swim inside the circle, somehow try and escape. But he has got no first aids as well.
Jiggle, I think he's shown no intent to fight. All he has been doing is just proning around the grass. I think what he's gonna do next is just try to bite one of the players of Deadeyes. Just get a little greedy, because Deadeyes, they have that constant fear looming around them. Where could he be hiding? And look at that. Both these teams, I think high voltage has succeeded in their endeavors. No matter, they have lost out on majority of the players, but they have absolutely ruined the timing for Deadeyes guys to get inside the circle, because now Kunyo TRZ, they're holding off the bridge. They will also get down eventually, but now it's going to come down to so many of the other teams. And today the circle has been so merciful on the players of Raw officials, right? Even in the previous one, they had a good zone to themselves, even the players of Leo. But at the same time, you have to understand that you just do not have to hold circles. You have to also defend your positions. Now T2K, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in real close proximity to each other, as Mafia Ninja just lies hidden in the open, lets him pass. And seems like he does not have any vehicles also, considering they've got to travel a long way inside the circle. And the fact that healing meta is out of question, I'm kind of curious to see what will SKYLIGHTZ Gaming do from around here.
Well, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're trying to be a little cautious. Like you said, Mafia Ninja, 1,000 meters away from the circle. They don't have the numbers, and they don't want to ruin the chances of being in the top 3 position right now, which they're trying to get into, or maybe on the top spot, because top 5 they have already made into. And if they make it inside the circle, the chances are very less because T2K, they are also right in front of them. At the same time, T2K, they have their own worries. One of the player was taken down, but the revival has been made. All these teams coming from the complete eastern side, northeastern side, they are at the mercy of the blue. But Deadeye, guys, they are still towards Hathin, so far away from the circle. And I don't think they had the chance to loot the Hathin city completely, so they are a little short on those resources as well. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're just letting the players of T2K pass, relying on those force trades and hoping that they can make it inside the circle.
You know, DRS are pretty happy with how the zone has formed, right? Inside the zone, and now they get to take a fight against raw officials. They've got a few knocks here and there. But for Medical Vibes, under heavy fire, East has been taken down. Liquid decides to find a different angle, but needs to be watching over Doc, because if Doc sees that flank coming in, he's gonna punish. Instead, goes after HIGHVOLTAGE, and Doc really needs to change his position right now. Liquid couldn't close in the grab, as a result of which could not trade HIGHVOLTAGE off, and now Leo Esports, they're gonna be on a quick retreat. They realize the team in front of them is gonna be for Medical Vibes. It's better to avoid them at this point of the game, and rather focus more on getting a decent cover, considering the fact that they're inside the circle, and you would not want for Medical Vibes to be chasing you. At least when for Medical Vibes are in a scintillating good form, that's the last thing you would want to do, is pick up a fight with them early on into the game.
Well, Leo Esports at the start of the day, they were sitting on the 11th spot and they don't want to ruin the chances of qualifying. But right now, Kancha made the mistake of his life by entering in. Not the mistake, actually Liquid was not prepared. Kancha dropped in and eliminated Liquid over there from the side of Leo Esports. Now the damage has been done. The numbers are not in the favor of Raw Official. At the same time, the numbers of Leo Esports are also not in their favor. This game was crucial for both these teams. Yes, Leo, like I said, they are in top 12 position right now, but they need the consistency today running so that they can qualify. On the other side, we have the players of MABETEX, where Kese is bleeding. The perfect smoke cover has been laid to go for the rescue mission. Valley might be going for the rescue mission, but on the other side, we have the players of Steel Esports having an uphill advantage, and Rock with that QPZ is trying to pip a few bullets in the smoke, looking for the connection, looking for the confirmation onto them. On the other side, Deadeye, guys, they were trying to move inside the circle, but are still at the mercy of the blue, and looks like Playzone is playing their part. At the same time, Stalwart Esports is all coming in, getting the confirmation onto Deadeye, guys.
Yeah, and now a lot of those teams just around the edges, right? Nobody wants a part of the center. Even NB Esports feels like they're gonna take the waterways, but Seal, one after the other, they're just getting taken down. And at this point, Becca, he needs to patch himself up. Rogue does have that bike, so he could maneuver around and make a quick rotation inside the zone. But the big question is, how do they do that? Especially when at these moments, usually the bridges are guarded, but this time that's not the case. And Rogue becomes one of those players that has to take that risk, even gets the military drop over there, as now you've got Mondo going after the players of T2K. Rig just got inside that compound, has that DBS in his hand, as Mondo keeps tapping down, but does not succeed, as now T2K have managed to create a little bit of that distance, and Mondo, he's fighting for his life right now, barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Fistboy also chimes in into the fight. Sandesh, also on real low HP, needs to patch himself up, as Mondo has administered the first aid, as now Fistboy decides to get a little close and personal. Sandesh reveals himself as the nade goes flying down at his direction, also managing to successfully dodge it. And T2K and NB Esports, I mean, NB Esports would want to avoid the fight at any circumstances whatsoever, but seems like they haven't got any vehicles to get in. So even if they can manage to get a few limb points, they're going to be happy with whatever they get, because Mondo again going in close, and this time finally succeeds, as T2K are reduced to 3 men.
Yes, 3-man on NB Esports. They have the perfect DBS also. But T2K Jane, well, he has a buggy, he has a vehicle, and this is a mature decision coming from his side to escape and scuttle back to the safety. But will they be allowed? Because Mondo is hunting for them, looking for the perfect angle so that he can blow up the vehicle, and he takes on one player, Rick, from the moving vehicle. But last player remaining, Jane, well, finally he makes it to the safety, but at the cost of what? At the cost of losing 2 players. T2K, they don't have the numbers. Jane is also on a very low HP. At the same time, MABETEX Esports, Well, they're also inside the water, if I'm not wrong. One player was taken down, but Seal Esports, they have the upper height advantage. On the other side, on the southern western side, we have the players of IHC also, where one player has been taken down. They have to move inside the circle, but how they do so? Because we have TRZ, we have the players of DRS as well. They can gatekeep IHC.
Yeah, I mean, for IHC, the life's gonna turn hell right now at this point. But talking about the team that has got the best chances in getting the chicken dinner has to be the players of Medical Vibes as to how they're positioned right now. Just spread across the only team perhaps inside the map right now, barring a few others and the solo individuals. But Stalwart also want to make a move. They want to take over the compounds, and IHC and DRS engage in a fight of their own. As IHC decide to sort of breach their way inside the circle, I think they did manage to find one of the players of DRS, managed to take him down. I think it was Delta who took the fall, and now DRS will exercise extreme caution. And at this point, the Eastern teams, it's going to be so difficult for them to kind of enter inside the zone, especially the likes of NB Sports. Now, one after the other, you could see the bodies falling, and IHC, just like that, they got eliminated. Kunyo TRZ were in such good position, and now Seal decide to attack on the houses of Raw at this point, as the Molotovs have been already thrown over, trying to flush the enemy out of the territory. As now Kansha just trying to lob those grenade at Soulless or maybe Vika's direction, but Seal deciding to take the higher route, just back off for the moment.
I think that's a better decision because the grenades are so they were susceptible to those grenades. They could have been taken down in that situation. And Raw officials, well, there are only 2 players, but on the other side, Seal, they managed to escape from the plus of Raw official, but walked right into the arms of MABETEX Valley, where Valley takes down Rogue. Now Becca is trying to go for the rescue mission. At the same time, Valley is prepared for him. Now with a grenade, he might be looking for another knock onto Becca over there, hiding behind that rock. But can he find the connection? Can he lob it to the perfection? It looks like no is the answer. But Becca, okay, Becca was trying to take down Valley, but he confirmed his own teammate's death.
Yeah, that kind of tends to happen in situations like this. But Wally, I think he spotted out Becca and will show no mercy. Instantly takes him down and then goes after Sanchira. Seal tend to get melted down over here as Wally really high on confidence. MABETEX, we did see last game was the best so far from their side, but Kansha from a different angle finds them out. Seal get a little breathing space. Soulless will have to invest a lot of resources trying to get Sanchir back alive, but the circle, the center, speaks a different story because for Medical Vibes and Stalwart right beside each other, just waiting for the Giants to collide again. Yesterday they did in Erangel, where Stalwart successfully managed to exterminate them. But this time, for Medical Vibes, they're going to be playing this fight on their own terms, on their own turf, and it's going to be difficult for Stalwart. But one good thing about Stalwart is that they've got some good concrete cover. If they can capitalize on that, if they can do something out of that, and if Apex gets taken out over here, things will look really south. But it is just trades happening left, right, and center. And at this point, nobody is safe, to be honest.
Well, Stalwarts are safe. They have the compound. They are in the epicenter. But Zordi from the side of Raw, TRS, they have no idea about Zordi's position. But now they know. And Killer Whitey, along with his teammates, comes in and deals with him. With that, Raw officials, a much needed good game. Didn't go in their favor. 2 elimination points eliminated at the 9th spot. At the same time, High Voltage also opens by, but Sancheev being one with the nature takes on Woofis. At the same time, Viper as well from the side of I8. What is happening? Well, Seal Esports as a 2-man squad, they have dealt with the players of I8. Now, I8 surviving with only single player and only 1 elimination to their name. I wonder what they are going to do because Nova X, he is not in the perfect position. He's on the lower ground and he has to move inside the circle with a players of 4 MV. Might welcome him.
Oh. Now, this is getting really interesting for Medical Vibes. They've got a 2-2 split going on. Quite separated from each other. And if Stalwart tend to capitalize on that, then things could go really bad. But Seal, I do not know how they're still alive, but they're still kicking. But right now, As a matter of fact, they intend to get inside the circle with Apex keeping a close watch. The direction, it's going to be really difficult because had they taken the vehicle from over there, then Apex must have heard the sound from the engine. At this point, DRS have that little bit of a lower ground, and Mad Cat could could pose a lot of trouble. But Sanchir somehow has managed to take one of the players of for Medical Vibes down. But the question is Apex gonna let them pass? As Soulless and Sanchir get really close to him, as Killer Whitey just scouring through the land, scouting for a good spot for his teammates to hide and ensure they survive for a little bit longer. As Refused, it's that crucial knock, and Soulless reveals his position, and Apex would want to capitalize on this opportunity. Goes with that DBS, but Soulless quicker and will show no mercy as he instantly just bites him down, gulps him before anything else could happen. As DRS wanting to take advantage of the situation, go charging in, and Gyante gets a final blow.
Oh, certainly he does, but they are not stopping. Now they are after the players of TRZ, where Mad Cat has been dealt with, and now TRZ, they are in the crosshair for Stalwart Esports as well. A perfect third party coming in, and IC takes down Degree. Now TRZ, Kunyo TRZ left with only 2 players. Down to 4 teams, 12 players remaining. Stalwarts having the perfect position, perfect compound to hold on to. Even the circle is in their favor. On the other side, DRS still on the periphery. RareX, I'm worried about him. How is he going to survive? Mamba is so far away from him. On one side, they have Stalwart. On the other side, they have the players of DRS, where Killer Whitey, along with this vehicle, is already trying to lure the players of TRZ out of their covers.
I think it's just at this point, Mamba has to knock down a player of DRS, but unfortunately his position has been compromised. Now this is where the worst nightmares of Kunyo TRZ has come true. At this point, what do? DRS have got a little bit of a breathing space. They've also got their vehicles, and Mamba just has to stay at the mercy of the circle. Killer puts him down, asks him to sit down over there, as RareX, the only sole surviving member of Kunyo TRZ, what can he possibly do? He's literally sandwiched from 2 possible directions. Now Stalwart decide to break out of their compounds as the zone has shifted away from them. This is the perfect time where they make their move. But for Medical Vibes, from up top, they are watching out on every single movements that they're making. And IC, becoming a hero for their team, has managed to get another crucial knock and will get the finish. As Gyante manages to eliminate the last player of TRZ, as now for Medical Vibes, that little split is starting to hurt them. Now reduced down to just 2 men, with Stalwart, with all 4 of their players alive, are eyeing on the chicken dinner.
The way Stalwart Esports, they have the majority of the real estate control. They're controlling the complete western side of the area, and along with that, RareX and DRS, they both are dealt by action over there. TBS coming to the perfection, deals with the confirmation of 1 player from the side of DRS. Now DRS reduced to only 2 players, but IC has been knocked down, and Doc is going to get the confirmation point. But on the other side, perfect grenade comes onto the face of Gyante by Stalwart Esports. Now Killer is reduced to only a lonesome, and he takes down Refuse over there from the side of 4MB. But from the back lines, DZ comes in and eliminates the entirety of DRS.
Now it's a 1v3 for Doc. He's got the DBS. All he's going to do is connect his shots right, but that's not going to happen. The Stalwarts are not going to let him live and breathe as they finally get the chicken dinner. Such a good time for Action to get back into his own groove, and a much needed chicken dinner at this point right now. And this is going to propel them, I'm pretty sure, to the top of the standings, as even the players of For Medical Vibe managed to get a 2nd position. So this makes things a lot more spicier. But considering the fact that Stalwart have managed to get a win at such a crucial moment, yes, they are going to take over the top spot. And well, the Mongolians are back, and Stalwart is here to rule. And that is the message that they have spread throughout the lobby.
Well, they were waiting for this chicken dinner since a very long time. Finally, they get it.
crew is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
The comeback is real for Stalwart Esports, as in the final day they get a chicken dinner and directly go rocketing way up top. And this is the moment I think majority of the Stalwart fans had been waiting for. When is their team gonna make a comeback? And they certainly have done it. You know, we had to wait for 2 days, and the final one, they come in and swing hard and get 2 really good games and a chicken dinner also for themselves. But Shadow, what an amazing game it was. I mean, it was filled with a lot of, you know, unprecedented events, a lot of, you know, random stuffs happening. First off, we started with high voltage, just trying to make lives hell for DEADEYES guys, but they kind of had to get bitten back, and then they kind of did a majority of the work, right? They kind of ruined DEADEYES guys' times, but then we saw NB, another fight there, here and there, left and right, when we thought Fumerical Vibes might walk away with a chicken, but then it was in fact Stalwart who come with the W.
Well, definitely. DRS also kind of ruined the numbers of 4 MV when they were left with only 2 players. And Killer YT is the guy to be blamed. And he's the standard player from the side of DRS. 5 elimination, the MVP, 869 damage. Perfect stats coming in. In fact, DRS, they were placed perfectly. It was just that they rushed towards the side of RareX from Kunyo TRZ. They were not prepared for the players of Stalwart Esports. And Stalwart, they were placed perfectly to take down RareX. At the same time, deal with one player of DRS and ruin the game of the remaining players as well, because the split that DRS 2 remaining players were having was not working in their favor. But Killer YT, he did everything to the perfection. Whatever was required, he delivered it. Even in the end, I think Killer YT was the one who took down one player from the side of 4MP.
And taking a look at the top players over here. Alright, so we've got Killer, we've got Doc, Tops, IC, and Soulless is not one of the suspects that we would expect, but towards the end, don't ask me how he survived and how he did the things that he did. He somehow did. And, you know, those were those cheeky plays coming in from their side. There were multiple times where Seal kind of were a little lucky and just got away with murder. But yes, Seal Esports, a really good game for them, and they would be happy because team are right at the very bottom, a few more points, and could dream of making it to the SA Championship. But taking a look at the match summary, so again, the usual suspects in front of us over here. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, not the best of games. I think they were kind of struggling right from the very start, already reduced to a 2-man squad, and could barely get inside the circle. However, the teams down south, I think DRS was enjoying themselves. Raw for some particular moments was enjoying, but there comes Fumerical Vibes, shows no mercy, and everybody's just dealt with. But Stalwart Esports are the team that walk away with this chicken, 20 points to their name. And then we've got DRS, 10 eliminations, really helping them in getting those 15. Such an important game, and they also rise up to the occasion. So now we've got again those 4 teams still trying to battle for the top spot, Shadow, but this time their places are all stirred up.
Oh, certainly their places are the overall leaderboard is still so very volatile, and Stalwart Esports with those 20 points have definitely propelled themselves up. But I so very feel bad for the players of SITM Esports. They were minding their own business. They were like, we have nothing to do with the rivalry. We are going to focus on qualification for SSE. They went somewhere else, changed their drop location, but Stalwart Esports was there. They didn't have the numbers at that point, and SITM, I feel bad for them. But Leo Esports this time today, back to back two bad games from the side of Leo Esports as well. High voltage, well, they paid price for the rivalry, nothing to be blamed. They called for this kind of a performance and they got only 1 point.
Yeah, and this sort of leads us to the overall rankings. There you can see still could be just anyone. The battle is still intense, still hot between the top four over here. IHC has kind of fizzled out right now, sitting at the 8th spot. But look at the top four. Barely just 9 points separating each other. And one bad game could cost them the championship. As NB Esports, you know, they had a really good first game. The second game did not go the way they wanted. And in that, you know, Stalwart, for Medical Vibes, DRS Gaming just kind of managed to bag the top three. So as a result, you know, so close to each other. Then we've got MABETEX, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, T2K, and IHC. So for all four of these teams, it's going to be really difficult to actually breach in through that top four. But action down below at from 12 to 16, we can see SITM still at 96 points, but Kunyo TRZ is starting to threaten them slowly but surely. SKYLIGHTZ Esports sitting at 85. One or two more good games could make things worse. But I think high voltage with what they intended, right? Making things worse for DEADEYES guys. I think they're going to do everything that they possibly can to not make them qualify for the SA Championship. So one less Nepali team, they're not going to be worried about that.
They're trying with tooth and nail to stop the players of DEADEYES for from qualifying, but at the same time, high voltage, they also need to realize 4 games are remaining, and which there is one more Sanhok. So if high voltage also have one more bad game and the bottom teams deliver a fantastic performance in the remaining games, anything can happen. Yes, the chances are slim. The chances are in the favor of high voltage qualifying for the SAC at any cost, but still, uh, be prepared for the worst. There is nothing in the rivalry, but yeah, we have Erangel coming up in the last Erangel. It was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming who got the chicken dinner, and Raw officials, they came so very close to it, but they did deliver a very high fragging performance.
Oh yeah, and you know, the last game, Erangel, it's going to be a blockbuster. It's going to be the main event, and as you already know, folks, that this last day is turning out to be a huge affair for all the top 4 teams at the very least, because anyone and everyone can win that. You know, it could be DRS, it could be Stalwart, it could be for Medical Vibes, and it also could be NB Esports. You know, you let us know who do you think is going to win in the next map of Erangel. Stalwart finally getting a chicken dinner. I think they were the only team in the top 4 that was without a chicken dinner up until now. But you know, I've made my prediction already, you know, locked in. And Bhavna, for you, who's it going to be?
It's Seal for the entire day. It's going to be Seal from my side as well.
Alright, so we're going to lock Seal also for the rest of the day for you know, Bhavna over there. So that's you know, just barring that, you know, once we're done with predictions and everything, coming down to business. So it is Erangel. I think Erangel has been one of the strong suit also for DRS, the likes of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but Stalwart Esports, they also tend to, you know, clutch things through, and especially with how well they performed in the previous one in Sanhok right now. I mean, we could be looking at them also taking over. But NB Esports, they've been dealt with a blow. They cannot afford to leave any corners unchecked, right? I think this is also one of their games where they really need to come back swinging, because if they do not, the other 3 might just trample over them.
I think NB can try to do so in the map of Miramar. This time I feel like 4 NB will try to redeem themselves, because they came so very close to getting that chicken dinner for themselves. So I think after the other dominant Mongolian team getting a chicken dinner, 4 MV might be looking for it in this one, and they can certainly do so, because 4 MV Stalwart, they both drop in towards the military base island in Stalwart. They have to deal with I8 and DRS if they go for early rotation, but for 4 MV, their path is pretty much clear. It's only TRZ and Primorsk.
Yeah, I think for Miracle Vibes, we know yesterday what or how devastating were they getting. And today in Sanhok, things got a little odd for them, to be honest, with the way they were kind of spread out. I do not know if that was the best of decision. They wanted to cover a lot of space, as a result of which they kind of got exposed to multiple angles and just losing players one after the other. And Doc was literally helpless in that 1v3 situation in the end. But we're going to keep that behind past us as we head along to the third game of the evening, as final 3 matches after this remain. So make sure, viewers, whoever are watching, get your friends in, because this is looking to be a one hell of a night tonight. And right now we've got the flight path trajectory all the way from Gatka towards Mansion, and quite a decent one. I mean, teams are going to take it with open arms. A little bit tricky for the players of for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart to get down to their drop location. At this point, you would be also be anticipating a few teams to also start firing on all cylinders, right? They know that maybe their chances are done and dusted, especially for the likes of maybe raw officials. They want to go a little aggressive, try to just take down every single soul in front of them. But TRZ, they'll have to be very cautious, because they know there's a sliver of chance, because SITM, well, they haven't been having good games, have they?
Oh yes, certain they've not been having the best of the time today and yesterday as well. But on the other side, TRZ, they do have the capability. Yesterday also in one of the game they did showcase a good performance. They just need to
Oh,
keep their
wow.
numbers alive and look at the circle. Perfect circle for both the Mongolian teams.
What a time for a Southern Circle, to be honest. What a time. I mean, at this point, for Miracle Vibes, we'll say thank you, sir. And just when you were wondering, Shadow, this could be the game for Miracle Vibes, it could certainly be one. But at the same point, my fears might turn true, because they've got raw officials right beside them. So for Miracle Vibes, they've got a lot to lose. They cannot afford even a single casualty right from the start of the game. And seems like, as you can see on the map feed, already shots are being fired by the players of Miracle Vibes. So I think both the players, both the players from the either of the teams, everybody would be eyeing to get past the bridge. And Mad Cat, surely he's going to be hopeful for making it across safely, but refuse, constantly just trying to pepper him down with those bullets. He's just one bullet shy of getting a knock on Mad Cat. But considering Mad Cat has made it to safety, the big question is, does he have any meds on him? No, neither a gun. So all he tried to do was just try to get the vehicle away from Miracle Vibes and making their lives hell over here. Now the big question is, how do Miracle Vibes even cross the bridge when they're under constant threat that maybe Mad Cat might take them down? But they look fearless. They're gonna take they're just gonna walk down their way and try to cross over the bridge. Now this really shows that they've got balls of steel.
But question is, Mad Cat, what was he doing in the territory of 4MV? They do know 4MV tends to go towards the side of military base, and every single game is so crucial for the players of TRZ. Maybe Mad Cat went for that vehicle, and in doing so, he spotted down the players of 4MV and raw officials. Was trying to make a quick escape, but 4MV, they punished him, and finally he decides not to give away his punish point to the players of 4MV, rather drown to his own death. But 4MV, they have a new enemy, that is going to be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, rather a new victim, because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are being dealt with. AJ also goes down, and looks like Nima is the only man standing from their side. Early rotation coming from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They were not prepared at all for the players of 4MV, and looks like 4MV, they are getting few free finish points.
Yeah, it's a frag fest for them at this point. They're gonna welcome everybody with open arms, and it's now just not SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also joining the action. It is also Leo Esports from behind, and Doc, I think he's a little unaware of their presence right now. For Miracle Vibes, Mr. Smokey, look at that from Leo, and finally Sussex breaks open, and Doc in the worst of positions right now, way too open. I do not know what he was thinking over there, but eventually will have to lose out on his life. It's going to be such a difficult task to get him back back alive, right? Because Mr. Smokey, he's gonna pose constant threat. Now East Oh my god. Oh my god. This is going to be brutal. As there you go, right out in the open. And Mr. Smokey, this time, make sure he does not miss his shots. As for Miracle Vibes, they are getting decimated one after the other. Apex has no other recourse, will have to back off. And a game where for Miracle Vibes, this could have been theirs, suddenly is going astray.
All the teams in the danger area, not danger area, in the middle slot in the overall ranking, they are engaging in a fight with a plus of 4 MV. Like you said, it's a frag fest. They are enjoying all the frags that are coming in their direction. But Leo Esports, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are trying to survive somehow, especially Nima on a sliver of HP. Where does he go? On one side, there are the players of Leo Esports. On the other side, there are 4 MV. There is nowhere to go. And he has got nothing. No weapon, no healings, nothing at all. And 4 MV, yes, they did lose 2 players, but 4 defeat points. And in their home ground, that is military base, there is a team that is already waiting for them, that are going to be the players of I8 and TRZ. They are in a fish in a barrel situation. Bamba enjoying the sim, but he has been taken down by the players of Raw. A perfect knock coming in, and easy confirmation will be there. Now TRZ, they can't do anything. They are pretty much handicapped. And Raw official, they are also being rewarded by a few free finishes over there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't know. This match is turning really brutal because the two teams that we anticipated would be really easy for them. That was for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart. I think Flight Path Trajectory just played with their hearts. And now they're in the sudden impasse where Stalwart have finally managed to make it to Novo Ripnoi, but it was delayed. But still won't have a lot of trouble getting their loot done. But I8 seem to have taken control over military base, and Apex and Refuse do not really know what they are walking to. Their own deaths, because T2K, they've also crossed over. We've got Leo Esports, they've also done that. Nima still lying, hiding, because I think he's the sole survivor for his squad, and at this point it's better that he remains over there, because it's better to be in the water rather than pop out, because the moment he does that, it's going to be every single territory has been taken away by one or the other team. So it's going to be so difficult for him to survive, especially with nothing on him literally and no HP at all. IHC also trying to take over the bridge. They also want to rotate inside. Nobody, however, is bridge blocking. I think everybody understands the gravity of the situation. Everybody realizes that at this point, if you're going for a bridge fight, you are going to be prone to fire from multiple directions, especially from T2K if they take over those northern hills of the military base. So that's going to be a little tricky for them, and you can see a fight erupting over there. It is T2K versus Team Leo, and Leo have had a really good start to the game, right? Have managed to secure 2 really impactful frags out of Apex, out of for Miracle Vibes, and now have a really good position inside the circle.
Oh yes, they certainly do have. On the other side, TRZ, they're still getting punished by the players of Raw officials. So many early rotations came in, and few of the teams, well, they were a little late, and now they're getting punished. Yes, we have another fight happening between the players of T2K and Leo Esports. I think we spoke too soon. The numbers of Leos are going down, where Rig has been taken down. Sus also goes down through the hands of Jane over there. Mr. Smokey also bids bye-bye, and looks like Leo Esports are now not looking good, as they have been reduced to only 2 men. Liquid and High Dami so far away. It was a 2v4 situation for them. Yes, they did manage to take down Rig, but it's an easy revival coming in. And T2K, well, they've got 3 defeat points for themselves. And I won't say they have a very good position inside the circle, but yeah, 3 defeat points, good loot, upgrading the loot, few extra resources in their hands. They're looking pretty good in terms of resources.
Yeah, that they are. For sure. And this was a much needed fight for T2K also. And considering, they're kind of in the middle, they kind of have got that little bit of a freedom, right? To get a little bit more aggressive, try to collect as many points as they can. And T2K, they've got it in them. It's also an all-star lineup. This is a team that looks really promising. It was just in the finals where we could not see that spell of consistent runs. Now, one game, they're looking so good, so promising. There are certain fights where they shine individually. But when it comes down to just getting results every single game, when it comes down to playing like the players of DRS, that has been missing. Now talking about DRS, I think they're yet to cross the circle. In fact, they're yet to get inside the southern island, and now they are going to be threatened by a lot of teams, especially their closest and their worst counterpart over here, NB Sports, right beside them. And you've also got the players of High Voltage and Seal coming through. So what DRS has done is they've kind of established a blockade over the bridge. Now, if these teams tend to cross before them, then we might see a few bodies falling down to their hands.
Yeah, right now, DEADEYES, they have managed to take down one player from the T2K. Yes, T2K was also hoping to have the control of the shoreline, where the players of DEADEYES are placed perfectly. And Turula, sir, with the DP, is trying to pip a few bullets in their direction. But look at Nima walking in the wrong direction, walking right towards his death, I believe, because Demo is prepared. But no, he's going to retaliate as he takes down Demo over there. Nima, well, one defeat point already, because he is all by himself. And IHC, they have the numbers, and looks like Alex is ready with a grenade to lob towards Nima. Can he find the perfect projectile? But no, he gets a confirmation point onto his own teammate. That Nima is going to be very happy. Now he's prepared about the barrage of grenades hiding in a corner. And Alex is still looking and hoping to take down Nima.
Oh, he's gonna use all his utils, isn't he? At this point, IHC will have to push him over. And Nima, what has he got to lose? But if he can somehow, just break through IHC, take a few more players down, then that would be a huge result for him. But Xiol a little bit faster on his triggers, as IHC have managed to successfully eliminate the final player of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but have taken a huge loss in the form of Demo. And Alex won't find anything. Barely a few bullets, maybe a few smokes here and there, but that's pretty much it, right? Now IHC have to cut on their losses and run, make a dash inside the zone, as it's gone further down south. And yes, the circle is finally confirmed to be on the southern island. And this is where Illuminate crew, they're in a good position. Even the players of T2K and DEADEYES, they might lock horns against each other. But for the likes of Miracle Vibes, I'm really keen to see what can they pull off from here. MABETEX have got a clean path. They can just make it inside the zone. Stalwart, I think they really understand how the circle works. And considering the fact that they have kept all 4 players alive, I really fancy their chances winning a chicken dinner in this one. Because every single time, I've seen a circle like this, Stalwart tends to dominate. They kind of take over. Either they go towards, that little bit of a compound just northeast to military base. That small areas like that mini hospital kind of a camp type area. They take that over, and then what they do is go a little up towards those hills. They play around the circles like that. And TRZ, alright, he's taking a lot of risk over here. He's anticipating that there will be few teams. There'll be their nearest competitors, DRS, who would show intent on trying to cross the bridge. So if he can put a stop at even 1 or 2 players of DRS, then that could be a huge blow to DRS, and that would be something that proves to be instrumental in Stalwart's path to glory.
On the other side, NB Esports, they were opting for the waterways and SITM. They were placed perfectly to bring down their numbers. They get a knock onto Fistboy, and Akaze and Mondo can't do pretty much anything. They're just trying and hoping to cross that river bank, and QB also takes a jump. Along with that, his own team is Desert and Dobu, but Jiro is providing the necessary information from the backlines. He's still sticking to the main island over there, and finds Akaze in the water, delivers hefty damage, but somehow Akaze is still surviving. On the other side, we have the players of Seal Esports as well in the water. Becca enjoying the swim. But more than 4 MB, my eyes are going to be onto the players of Raw Official. But right now, High Voltage and DRS going up against each other. And Malix takes down Gyante. At the same time, rolls over there. Jiggle takes down Killer YTT. And DRS left with only a single player. That is Delta. What can he do at the mercy of the blue? And it's a 1v3 situation.
Yeah, it's kind of a kerfuffle over here. With the way these teams are positioned. High Voltage, DRS. And suddenly DRS are reduced to just Delta. who's got to do anything and everything to survive, at least get enough position points, because the number of elims that they have is just one, and that's not going to be enough, especially when they're pursuing that top spot, especially where you've got a team like Stalwart watching over you. And now Wally is the one who's gonna be a little ominous over there. He's not gonna take any shots though, but has relayed all the valuable information about Stalwart's whereabouts to his teammate, as MABETEX will sort of regroup, reunite, and then they would head in to the circle. Now this is one of those circles where teams like I8, they're gonna massively favor, and I8 has to just hold on. And if they kind of have everything right, and this could be their chicken dinner. Whereas we see DEADEYES and Seal engaging in a very fierce battle over there. You can see Soulless being dealt by True Love, as T2K also decide to chime in. But the big question is, are they aware of SITM also trying to close in, inch in the gap? As yes, few losses also for SITM. Giro had to be that sacrificial lamb, right? He was watching over them, took down a couple of players of NB, as they have also been reduced to just a Kaza.
Yes, T2K are also aware of SITM Esports, because it was Sandesh getting the confirmation onto Zero. Now SITM, yes, deploying the soft cover of the smokes to inch closer inside the circle. They have made it into the mainland, but moving inside the circle and finding a safe spot to hold on to is going to be a bit challenging for the players of SITM Esports. At the same time, they are not qualifying right now. They are not in the top 12, or maybe they are at the 12th spot only. Yes, they are on the 12th spot. So yes, they have to bring in the consistency. They have to survive. They have to fight for those placement points and maybe some good elimination points. Stalwart, well, they have made it into the military base island. Good resources onto them, but 4MV, they don't have the numbers to deal with the wrath of Stalwart. They are a 3-man squad. Yes, they did lose on to action at the very early stages of the game, but talking about 4MV, looks like it's only Refuse over there. I can only see Refuse, and it's a 1v3 situation, but Sanchar at the mercy of the blue. MABETEX Esports right in front of me and of him, and he's going to strike. Is he? No, he's not going to strike. That was a mature decision, because he has to move inside the circle along with his teammates. And Valley, what a way. Okay, kudos to Baron to move his player inside the circle on the top of the vehicle, knock down player, and finally gives a revival. 100 IQ coming in.
I mean, Shadow, honestly, 100 IQ is not going to be enough for these players. They've got to go more than that, and it's quite average. But yes, MABETEX, they decide to make their way inside the circle, and like like anticipated, Stalwart tend to take that southern route, and they have done exactly so. As DEADEYES, guys, quite furious with the way they got eliminated, would be their Nepali counterparts, T2K, getting the job done, and will have no difficulties in getting Jane back alive. And now the circle kind of taking that concentric shift. I8 still in prime position as for Miracle Vibes. In fact, barring Stalwart, none of the teams in the top 4 seem to be having a good time. Delta, just the sole player surviving for Miracle Vibes with, I guess, just one. Alright, now that's even worse. Now Stalwart has 3. So if Stalwart can get to the top 3 anyhow, then they will build up a significant amount of lead. And now IHC, in fact, Godless, where the players of Raw are just banking up on him, and somehow he has to fight against all odds. Can he get even a single knock? The answer is going to be no, sir, as Raw has successfully managed to avert the threat, as Zol and Alex are far behind.
Well, Raw officials are trying to mitigate all the threat from the Western front, because they are looking for the Western control in their favor, and they have the numbers, whereas IHC, Alex with the grenade is trying to bring some opening, bring down the numbers of Raw official, but he is not going to successfully lob the grenade, and now trying to scuttle back to the safety. And Raw officials, will they allow the players of IHC, as they're trying to pepper their vehicles with few bullets? But looks like IHC for now, they are safe in a better position. They do have a little bit of the ridge. but one of the vehicle was broken and Zoil comes to the rescue of LX. But right now they are walking in the direction of Leo Esports. Are they prepared for Leo Esports? Because if not, they are going to be sandwiched, and looks like they takes down High Dami. But Liquid is going to save the day for Leo Esports and eliminate the entirety of IHC. 2 defeat points walked right on the doorstep of Leo Esports.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They had to perish. And IHC, their run has been just spiraling down, to be honest. But MABETEX, they'll be the ones capitalizing on the situations. And now, Stalwart kind of sense a little bit of danger. Right around a military base, they feel there's someone looking over them as TRZ does the needful. As for Medical Vibes, just with 4 eliminations, they wipe the dust. And now, well, at this point, right, this is it. Now, Stalwart, they realize that all their nearby threats have been exterminated, barring that final player from DRS. Delta, it all comes down to him. What can he pull off? If he does something out of the blue, if he can somehow manage to get a top 3 finish, then DRS are still going to be in the race, because NB Esports, they've been dealt a huge blow. Same goes for Medical Vibes and Stalwart. They're just going to pray DRS that they get eliminated sooner or later. But I8, they're pretty much chilling, right? They've got the best compound over there. They've got some concrete cover to work around with. As, all these teams have a lot of room to play around. It's all about, taking over, over those, king of the hill positions. And I think Stalwart are doing exactly the same. So now TRZ, IC tops. All 3 of their players trying to close in, but Leo has spotted TRZ. And Stalwart know who their next target is going to be.
Now, MABETEX Esports, they definitely know about the position of Stalwart Esports, but rather than picking up this fight, MABETEX might be prioritizing the rotation inside the circle where some other team could be waiting for them. Valley is already on the periphery. He can be that sheet anchor to bring his teammates inside the circle. On the other side, we have the players of Raw Officials still having the complete Western control in their favor. They're looking very good and strong in terms of the position. In the epicenter, we have the players of Leo Esports, but all they have is a little shack to hold on to, and they don't have the numbers. So Stalwarts are looking good if they manage to move inside the circle, but that journey is not going to be easy, because they might have to cross paths either with I8 or maybe Raw Officials. And from the looks of it, looks like they're heading in the direction of Raw Officials. Are the players of Raw prepared for it? Because looks like one player has been knocked down. They are going for the rescue mission. They are not prepared for Stalwart Esports right now.
Yeah, and there you go. Yetauta dealing with IC yet again. The signs, the semblances of the previous last night's final Erangel coming through again. And Stalwart really need to stay strong over here. Top's just kind of trying to push it, but this is where Illuminate, out of nowhere, they come chiming in into the battle. And now Stalwart Esports are reduced to just ashes and have been eliminated at the 6th spot. And this is dreadful for them. And a little bit of a smile if Delta still survives, because he surely must have read on the kill feed the Stalwarts, they have been dealt with. I do not know if that was the wisest of idea, but that was something that had to be done. Stalwart were kind of out of options, and they had to make the push. Little did they know that Raw was prepared for them. And now we are down to the top 5 teams over here. I8 in prime position for getting the chicken dinner. Rig just hiding in that murky smoke. Yetauta spots him out. Grenade doing a little bit of damage, and the second one might just get the job done. As there you go, finds that knock, and T2K must be cussing themselves as that Kess needs some cover fire, but his teammate is far away from him.
Oh yes, he is far away, and with that, Rig has been eliminated, leaving Sandesh all by himself. Now the entire control is in the favor of Raw Officials, the Western. In fact, it was kind of a deja vu moment. Last Erangel also, the players of Stalwart Esports rushed directly towards Raw Officials, where Yetauta was able to bring down their numbers. This time also, same thing kind of happened. Raw Officials, well, they're left with 2+, but MABETEX, they have the numbers advantage, and their next victim could be the players of Leo Esports, because Kese is already pointing his crosshairs towards him, but from the uphill, looks like IA, their presence has been shown to MABETEX over there. But now they're just waiting for the next circle shift. That is when all the Chaos will begin. All the hell will loose broke. But MABETEX, yes, they are looking good right now. Baron, along with his teammate, having the complete Eastern control. Even the split that is coming from the side of I8, can it favor this situation as Sky comes in with the mini shots, takes down Leo over there, but Kese is going to retaliate, expose himself, and now Sky deals with Kese as well.
Oh yeah, and just when we felt that this could have been the game for MABETEX, they had real good edge control, and suddenly the numbers are starting to dwindle. Baron, he's got his attention elsewhere as Sky capitalizes the situation. In fact, it's a 2-2 split coming in from I8, and that is enough to get the job done. Now just looking forward to explode the vehicles, and that is exactly what they do. And Viper will have no trouble in getting himself back alive. But look at that. Claw, he's just scratching his way through. Just proning down, inching the gap in. And this is something that Illuminate might not have been prepared for. And this is the point where I8 really need to be watchful, because one wrong step and they could be done for.
That can certainly happen, but right now Sky with a grenade is looking for some kind of opening. But before that, Sandesh with the Info 16 takes down Yeta Uta, gets a confirmation point as well, leaving Claw all by himself and surrounded by the players of I8. But he takes on Rufus over there. First glimpse, first bullet coming in, gets a confirmation as well. At the same time, he knows exactly where Sky is. Now Claw, he has to reposition himself, otherwise any minute Sky will be throwing those grenades, and that is exactly what he's doing. He's still surviving. He's still holding on to the fort. Raw officials, they have made it into the top 4, but again a grenade comes from the side of Sky. But Claw, he is just trying to scuttle back to the safety, repositioning himself time and time again, but Sky is having the upper hill advantage onto him.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, Raw, they're definitely digging in deep, right? Especially considering they are the team at the extreme bottom of the ocean. They still have managed to make it to the top 4 again. And they will have to do anything and everything to try to make it to the top 3. And Illuminate crew, they were looking really promising up until the point Ufis gets taken down. But they still do have that high ground advantage, which they'll have to massively put in to their own favor. Because Sky has to somehow deal with Claw, because he kind of is always threatened, has to stay on his toes, because any single moment, maybe he's dealing with the players of Leo and Claw might strike. So getting a little bit of a reinforcement might not hurt him, because they realize they need to clear off that western angle. And if they can successfully do that, then it could help them in getting another chicken dinner for them. They too had not been the best for Illuminate, but seems like in the final day, they could write their own script. As Leo Esports, in a little bit of a sticky situation, they have to get themselves out from those little shacks over there, because you kind of get a lot, you kind of get hindered a lot, and you kind of are susceptible to so many grenades just coming in at your direction. As Wally, kind of the lonesome player surviving so far, you know, MABETEX has already gotten a chicken dinner, and now it's going to be a little far-fetched. Still do have the Grotze though, just hoping that could get a few knocks here and there. But I8, they're kind of traversing through the terrain every single time. Now look at this split. It's a 1-1-1. I kind of cannot understand what Viper's intention there is, because he's at a very lower ground. All he can do is, maybe if somebody's pushing at Nova or Sky, could try and provide the cover fire. Had he gotten a little bit of altitude over there, then things could have been better. But at the same time, I8 just wants to keep as much of territory control as they can, as the final fight seems to be breaking down any moment from now.
Yeah, it's kind of a stalemate situation. All these teams are just waiting for the next circle shift, and maybe just waiting for the opponent to commit in any kind of a mistake. Valley, he's having the god gun, that is Grotza, deadliest gun in the close range. And Raw officials, looks like Claw position was revealed. He has been dealt with, he has been eliminated, but still a good run from the side of Raw officials in this one. Now we are left with only 3 teams and 6 players remaining. The split, like you said, coming from the side of I8 could be troublesome for the players of Leo, because yes, they do have the height advantage. The grenades are already being exchanged, but no connection whatsoever. On the other side, Liquid is also trying to retaliate with a grenade. Haidami is still hiding over there. And look at Sky, he's crawling his way, inching closer to get some information onto the position of Leo's. But Valley, he can be that ugly thorn because he's being so silent up until now, not making any kind of sound, not giving any sound cue, but he needs to be aware of Nova X because look at the flank angle which Nova X is holding on to. No one has any
Oh,
idea about his position, and this was so close. And finally, Haidami takes down Sky over there. Sky shows himself, and now he has been punished and dealt with.
he was a dead man walking. And this exactly happens in the final circle if you do not have teammates near you to kind of trade you off. And this is now doable for Leo Esports as Sky will get some aid as Nova gets an important knock on Liquid. Now this completely changes the dynamics because HIGHVOLTAGE is left to fend for himself over here with the revive on Sky. I8 have taken complete control over this game. HIGHVOLTAGE just hiding behind that little box, but for how long can they do that as now he's exposed and the grenade gets the job secured for Illuminate crew as they manage to get yet another chicken dinner. Day 1 was amazing for them. Day 2, we saw that little bit of a downfall. And come with Day 3, the final day, Illuminate crew bounce back, getting a very valuable winner chicken dinner. But that's not going to change a lot of things up top because all the top 4 teams, just barring Stalwart, kind of went down pretty early. And Stalwart also, I mean, eliminated at the 6th spot with just 2 finishes. I do not know if that's going to be enough to build that lead. But with this chicken dinner, Illuminate crew get that 9th position for themselves and are going to be enjoying this win. Now, what a change of events that was in Erangel, right? Just when we were thinking the battle between the top 4 was brewing really hot and spicy, suddenly Illuminate crew out of nowhere come in to back the chicken dinner. It was an absolute horror show for the likes of Medical Vibes for what happened to them. I mean, gonna talk about that, we will do, but we'll have to take a quick look at who the MVP of this game is going to be. I think it was kind of a comfortable win for Eliminate crew. They held on to their position really well and had no trouble taking out the rest. But for now, I mean, Sandesh has to be the MVP for his team. 8 eliminations for this lad, and we could see T2K being in the thick and thin of things right from the very start, getting into a lot of fights. 914 points of damage, 8 eliminations. T2K, they're gonna be happy with how Sandesh performed.
Oh, certainly. 8 elimination perfect starts coming in, and Sandesh has saved the day for his team so many times. In fact, Dieter Uta, the minute the players of Stalwart Esports rushed towards the side of Raw officials, it was Dieter Uta to bring down their numbers, to bring the first opening, and 4 elimination to his name being in the top players. And Sky is there with 2 elimination of his own, but a pretty high damage number. So all these players did play to the perfection. But yes, T2K, they were trying to have the complete northwestern control under favor until Raw officials decided to go a little north from the south, and they kind of ruined the game for the players of T2K Esports. They did manage to have the entire control, but before getting eliminated, T2K, well, they got too many elimination points in their favor.
Yeah, and I think it's time to take a quick look at the match rankings, because that's going to give us a slight picture of what's really going on. See, Stalwart, there you go. I mean, just 4 points out of that game, and DRS could accrue maybe 1 or 2, because now what has happened is MABETEX and for Miracle Vibes, thankfully, to those early 4 eliminations, they're still in the race, right? Still have managed to secure a point extra than Stalwart Esports. MABETEX, I think they've been having a really good day. Leo Esports also brought it down to the wire, managed to get that second position, but Raw officials, heart goes out for them, because those 12 points shows the hunger, the fight that they're showcasing. But NB Esports have to settle with just 1, DRS with just 2, and this is where I think we still have 3 more games to decide who is going to be the winner. I think nobody seems to have built up a huge lead, and that is going to be such a huge respite for all the teams at the top 4. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I mean, Niva, all he could do was just, I think, take one of the players of IHC down, and I think that was a demo, but it was all right. I mean, towards the end, neither of these teams could walk out with extra points to their name. DEADEYES guys were pretty pissed about how things went out for them, but it was what it was, right? But now we head in to the final matches of Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel respectively, with the next one being Miramar. We did see MABETEX get a chicken dinner. The Mongolians did strike, and then Sanhok was also taken over by Stalwart. And Erangel, a surprise I8 victory, leaves us with those final 3 games where anything could really happen. And at this point, we have made our predictions, folks. And for all you viewers, we need to know. We need to know from your side, who do you think is going to win? Because now this is such a pivotal situation. We are at such a impasse where a single chicken dinner for either of these teams from top 4 will entirely change the dynamics of how things are going to look. Because if a team like let's say DRS gets a chicken dinner over here and the remainder 3 get eliminated pretty early, then we're looking at 15-16 points of difference being built up, and that is going to be so tough to overcome with just 2 matches remaining, and out of which 1 being Sanhok. So it will be the final game, Erangel, that will decide the fate of all these 4 teams, at least whoever gets to be the champion. But the race for the top 12 is still on, especially with Raw getting those valuable 12 points. They're also, just clawing and scratching their way inside the top 12.
Oh, they are fighting with tooth and nail. They are trying so hard since yesterday to qualify for the SSC championship. Yes, Raw officials are strong in Erangel, at the same time Miramar as well. But like you said, it's with only 3 games remaining. In the last 2 games, we can have certain bullseye target on few teams, because yes, that is the time for the rivalry to go for to go against each other, to go into each other's drop locations and have those drop collisions. So yes, these things can happen in the last 2 games, especially in the last Erangel. That is going to be so unpredictable. So this is a very crucial game for all the teams, whether you are contesting for the top position, whether you are contesting for the qualification of SSC. You have to have a very good performance in this one. If you manage to have a decent performance in the remaining 3 games, same goes for SITM also. SITM also needs those points, because the way in Sanhok they were taken down pretty early in the game, even they need those points.
I mean, yes, SITM Esports, I think the way they started off their grand finals, we thought it's going to be an easy one for them. They would easily qualify to the top 12, and they did manage to get a chicken dinner early on in day number 1. But ever since, it has been a road down. So at this point, somewhere down the line, SITM have to redeem themselves. Miramar has been one of their go-to maps where they have kind of achieved majority of the success as we venture along into the deserts, and we find or rather on our path to find whoever gets the chicken dinner over here will have a major advantage, at least out of those top 4 teams that we have in front of us. So as we head in, it's a decent default flight path. We are looking from water treatment towards Los Higos. None of these teams are going to have a lot of trouble dropping down below. Today, the first zone that we witnessed in the first game of Miramar was a little bit down south, and it went towards Minas Day Valley, somewhere around that region, or a little bit eastern to that side. And we did see, well, the chicken dinner went to MABETEX, but this time, I really want to see something happening around Crater Fields. What about you,
Uh,
Taro?
oh, I would love to see something happening towards the northern side, be it OSS, Crater Fields, even the territory around Crater Fields is not so easy to play around. We have certain ridges, certain higher grounds, certain lower dips. So that area itself is not easy to play around with, and at the same time so many teams don't have so much information. If you're a team dropping towards Puerto Pirasi or towards southern side, you are not so much aware of the geography of Crater Fields, but looks like your wishes are not going to be granted because Crater Fields is out of the picture. But maybe we can have a circle somewhere towards Power Grid. That could be a possibility. If that happens, well, the players of Leo, they are going to be very happy.
Well, I mean, at this point, yeah, few teams like, let's say, Stalwart, if they can successfully, take over those hills, they're going to be really happy for about that. DRS, I think SITM had always been posing a constant threat, but things seem to be a little different over here. SITM, they've decided they'll be sitting it out at Los Leones I-8. However, they are not showing signs of getting towards Los Leones. Maybe they will eventually, but they're kind of looting out at the, just those exterior parts of Los Leones. That is what their intention is, which is kind of visible right now. Leo Esports, we have always seen them. They kind of go around with that spread, 1-1-1-1. They loot, and then they sort of rendezvous with each other, and then they kind of tend to take another position. High Voltage, however, they've taken over Picardo. So they're going to be really happy with where they are right now, or they need to get their loot done. And this particular circle, I think, kind of tends to end mostly around the eastern side of El Pozo, sometimes around the Picardo Hills. So it's going to be interesting as to see who the circle favors in this one game, because IHC, I think they've shown to be one of those teams that has kind of really faded out with every passing day in the grand finals, right? They were kind of in the top 4, and then as the days passed, they kind of went down, and at the point where they're not at the best of positions, to be honest, way down below. So not where they're supposed to be. They're still safe. They will still qualify for the SC Championship, but not the way I would have seen IHC done that.
100% agree. The way they started the grand finals, day number 1, IHC was performing really good. In one of the Sanhok, they came on the 4th spot. Then again, they were delivering good performances. Yesterday also not so shabby, but today IHC, even in the previous game, they were in the bottom 4 in the match ranking. So yes, IHC, they will qualify for the SAC, but they really need to work on few things, the mistakes which are being happening, so that they are looking super strong for the SAC. But talking about this particular team, 4MV as well, last Miramar looked like is the game for the plus of 4MV, considering their drop location, the circle, it was the way it was formed. But right now 4MV, this still can have the complete southern control in the favor, because the only team that is coming from the southern side are the plus of raw officials, which 4MV are aware of. So they are going to be prepared about the plus of raw officials. On the other side, talking about a team that is in a very good spot are the players of NB Esports. Even NB Esports, they are also looking for a chicken dinner fixes, because yes, they're showcasing a consistent performance. Previous Miramar, they came so very close to getting that chicken dinner. So this time, maybe they'll be looking forward to it, because the El Pozo entire control is in the hands of NB Esports.
Yeah, I mean, for NB Sports, apart from that first Miramar game, the next two haven't really gone the way they have planned, right? So it's been a little bit of a setback for them, and this is perfectly the time to redeem themselves. This is the exact game where they have to get a few points on board, at least 10 to still keep them in the race for that number 1 spot. But NB Sports, I mean, what they did in Miramar, they will have to replicate that yet again. Now, talking about the others, right, the counterparts, especially Stalwart. I mean, Stalwart seem to be surrounded from all sides. Now, we've seen Stalwart in multiple situations, just, especially in Erangel, they kind of tend to play around the edges. So it's kind of really interesting to see what sort of an approach we get to see from their side in this particular game. But talking about the rest of the pack, if you take a look at SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a team that was absolutely dominating day number 2 suddenly have vanished from the face of earth at day number 3. Just when we thought, if SKYLIGHTZ gets to a really good start, I think they could also have been one of the contenders to take the top spot, but seems that's not the case, as High Voltage getting some crucial information there on the players of Leo, and will not take any shots, will not threaten them, because there's no point. Even if they get a knock, they really cannot go in for the push and get the squad wiped. And for now, I mean, it still could be anybody's circle as long as they're secured over there. If High Voltage could get control over the southern Picado Hills, then that could be really fruitful for them. But at the same time, it is getting contested. Maybe Stalwart Esports has shown some intentions to mark that as their territory.
Could be possible because they are also in the close proximity. But talking about T2K Esports, this team has stepped up. The way they are picking fights this time, they are winning majority of them. They are getting good elimination points. Yes, they are not able to come in top 5 in every game, but still, they are at least getting good points in their favor. Consistent performance is coming from their side. But as compared to week number 3, the where they were dominating the entire lobby in the league plays, that T2K is still missing. For TRZ, well, last game didn't go in their favor. They were trying to go from the waterways where they were picked off, and in fact TRZ became the first team to be eliminated from the lobby. So yeah, TRZ, they are also hoping to deliver a very good performance in this one, because even their qualification is at stake. But talking about raw officials, this is a team that is fighting with tooth and nail to qualify for the SAC. The way they placed in the last game as well, 12 points to their name. All they need is a chicken dinner. They are hoping for that chicken dinner, and if they get it in this one, maybe they can qualify. The chances of qualifying can increase a tad bit.
Yeah, I think for raw officials, they've been hitting the markers right, especially in the previous game. Made a really quick rotation down south and ensured they went out for fishing pretty early. And who were the victims? I think it was none other than Kunyo TRZ. They were kind of left stranded, and as a result of which, the players of Raw managed to get a really good game. And the big question, however, is it going to be too late for them? Because at this point, they have no room for error, right? One bad game, and it is done and dusted for Raw officials. And that would just kind of break my heart, because we've seen this team, especially from the last Erangel yesterday to here, they've been getting some decent points on board. It was just that first day that they kind of completely messed up. And this is the circle shift that I was talking about, right? This kind of goes towards the southern Picado Hills, where Seal has already established the dominion, where there's some slight room where either SITM or High Voltage could benefit from there. But High Voltage, knowing them, they're not going to come out of their compounds just yet. They've got the God building. They could, just remain over there. But 4 Miracle Vibes seem to, show intentions of trying to contest that. At the same time, we've got a plethora of teams trying to get in close, and this is not going to be good news for the likes of High Voltage, or maybe the others. Even for Medical Vibes might just get caught in the crossfires, as Leo, they've got one of their players down, but nothing much to worry about. He's in safe covers. He'll have no trouble getting back on his toes.
And Mr. Smokey is back. At the same time, Leo Esports, the way this team has improved their gameplay in the grand finals, because I do remember on the very first day they were struggling. Their players were getting picked off out in the open. They were not able to provide the necessary cover fire during the initial stages. During the mid rotations, they were getting off guard. But now Leo Esports, yes, they are still playing in the split, but this time it's a 2v2 split that is working in their favor. And they know when to regroup. They have read onto their opponent's rotations. So this time they are looking much prepared, and every time Leo Esports find themselves in a very good spot inside the circle. Now also they're having the control of those Picado Hills, scouting the area, moving a little bit more towards the center of the circle. But talking about 4MV, well, they have NB Esports in the close proximity, but nothing is really going to happen. NB Esports, they are going to mind their own business and find a good compound for themselves. So nothing happening towards the side of 4MV. But somewhere else on the map, looks like the players of DRS are suffering, because their numbers have been brought down to 3 men.
Yeah, I think this is not good news for DRS. And this was ought to happen. They have been facing those constant threat every single time, right? Trying to get inside the circles in Miramar. And now especially with one man down. They have to play with three. It's still fine. They can still do that. But now they will not get that much of a room and space to just move around, as SITM managed to get a knock for themselves, and they're going to be happy. As many knocks, that is going to be really helpful in them trying to solidify this spot in the top 12. But as things are right now, not a lot of fights have broken out, and we can feel the intensity of these teams, the pressure that they are under. And I'm still, kind of hoping to see the wild dogs to kind of just come out of nowhere, just try to cause the chaos in the wheel, and then, just destroy the dreams of a few of those top teams. But Stalwart, like you can see, they've taken over the Picado Hills. High Voltage have gone a little down south, and there you go. There you go. We had, just said about a few iterations of this circle, right? One of which was over those southern Picado Hills, and that seems to come true. As Raw, I don't know, whoever their IGL is making some really good calls over there. Again at the center spot. But that is where things get a lot more difficult. Now, a lot of teams would be trying to contest for that position. Now, especially with Formerical Vibes moving around, Formerical Vibes need to exercise some caution. They need to be disciplined about their way of approach, because look at them. They've got Leo in front of them. From their backlines, you've got SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Any single moment, even Stalwart could knock at their doors. And it's going to be really a tough task for Stalwart to try and get inside the circle, with so many teams keeping watch, as Precious, he is on the verge of losing his precious life over there, because DEADEYES, they have to tuck their tails and run. No other options. If they kind of try to force that revival, they're going to face more losses. And now to make things worse, even True Love, he's fallen down.
Things are not looking easy for the players of DEADEYES. Even making an escape was not so easy. They lost few players, and Slayer Sir is trying, but other players of T2K going to hunt for them? I don't think so. Jane with the vehicle gets a confirmation point onto Turulav Sir. And DRS, even they are down to 3 men, and DEADEYES down to 2 men. T2K, they are still having the edge control under their favor. They are aware of the rotation that is coming from the side of MABETEX Esports, and looks like Sanhok is ready, and the reinforcement is also coming in. The call has been made, and Sanhok is waiting for the player to be out in the open. First clip, first shots coming from the side of Sanhok, but no connection whatsoever. Now MABETEX, they are aware of the players of T2K, but Rick can be the cheeky player who can go for the flank angle onto MABETEX, because he is a little far away from his teammates. Now grenades are coming in, and Valley just survived that grenade.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, MABETEX have just that advantage of playing around the ridges. Still under that dip though, if T2K can take over the hills, and maybe Rig or Jane could get the control over the eastern part of where MABETEX are, could just try to pincer them through, and that could be a death trap for MABETEX. But we know MABETEX have been looking really sharp, really good in this particular map especially. So they should have a few tricks up their sleeves. As Sandesh applying constant pressure with all those grenades just hitting right over them. But one good knock, and T2K, we might see them just charging in. Now the Molotovs have been flung, trying to flush the players out of their hiding, but it's kind of in vain, right? Because MABETEX have so much room to play around this spot, and Cassie, he has to keep watch, and Rig has done exactly what I was hoping him to do, but Jane is in a really twisted position right now. If he could change his spot and go and assist Rig and try to get a different angle, then maybe T2K could be able to see this through, but seems like they want to escape. They want to make a run to get themselves inside the circle, because it's pointless trying to break open a fight over here, as Rig has found the big sharks in the ocean, and that's going to be in the form of DRS. 2 more players getting taken down, and Killer. Oh, that's just dreadful for DRS at this point.
DRS, they were also trying to make the rotation from the eastern side. All these teams, look how busy the eastern area is of the circle. And DEADEYES guys, Slayer Sir, Gyante, the remaining players from these 2 teams, and looks like Slayer Sir lobs a perfect grenade towards Gyante. And with that, DRS, they have been eliminated with just a single point to their name. Even Slayer Sir, he's not in the best of the position situation right now, but MABETEX, they are coming under heavy fire from the side of TRZ as Steel Shot blows up the vehicle and eliminates the entirety of MABETEX Esports. Kudos to the third party that came in. But now we are left with 14 teams, 2 teams already eliminated. Even Stalwart Esports are also opening things against High Voltage, where Assassin has been taken down. Even Z has been down, so trades are coming back and forth. And IC takes on Propene over there. Now High Voltage are left with only 2 players.
Yeah, High Voltage seemed like they could prove a dent, and indeed, Malik, this knock is going to be really crucial, as the numbers of Stalwart have been diminished, as High Voltage have successfully managed to eliminate Stalwart. And this is a huge shock, especially with DRS and Stalwart getting taken down so early, as IHC decide to just knock on the doors of SITM as Desert. He's got to defend with all his life and all his might, as Ziol decides to charge in with the DBS, as Desert wanting to reposition himself but will not be spared. Show no mercy as he falls down, as SITM lose out on one of the other players, as Godless, he's in a whole different world of his own, and he will get knocked out. There was no chance he was getting back alive, as Sandesh will just charge in first, sort of rejuvenate, get his HP back, and then could get the confirmation. But regardless, a big storyline over here, folks, that DRS and Stalwart, both these teams have taken PL pretty early into the game. Now a golden opportunity for the likes of Medical Vibes and NB to build up a lead. And this is the moment where Stalwart and DRS both must be cussing themselves of what they have done, as T2K deciding to fire on all cylinders, make IHC their next target. But Slayer Sir out of nowhere finds a knock on Rig. Now this completely changes the equation of how T2K wants to approach this fight. But Sandesh successfully finds a knock on Ziol. But there you go. Sealed Soulless comes out of nowhere and gets a knock on Sandesh. What is happening? Bodies are flying left, right, and center.
It's all chaotic, it's all chaotic. Everyone is fighting for the Eastern control, and looks like T2K Jane has been dealt with as he was running for the revival onto his fallen teammates. It's a blessing in disguise for the players of IHC, as Zemo has successfully revived Zoil over there. Now T2K, they have enough time to go for the crucial rescue missions. All this commotion is happening on the Eastern front, and in all this commotion, I8 again they find themselves at the perfect spot. They have the entire southern control in their favor, but IHC, the worries are still not over. The numbers are not in their favor, as Yog along with Ring are trying to lob grenades and find some over there. Can he block the perfect grenade? But no, he's going to resort to his Info 164 glimpse and takes hefty HP out of Zoil over there, and finally takes him down. Now he's leaving Demo all by himself, and finally A came to the perfection in the hands of Ceo, and IHC, they have been eliminated with 2 eliminations. This time T2K, they are looking hungry for the elimination points.
Yeah, T2K, I think they're out for blood, and they're gonna seem to stop at nothing at all. Seal was kind of proving themselves to be a threat for all the other teams, but seems like they're under heavy fire, as Sanchir, barely with a sliver of HP, has to come out of his cover as Claw goes charging at his direction. And there you go, 4 finishes secured for Team Raw, and could be very crucial, much needed squad wipe for them, as they kind of inch in closer to make their dreams of qualifying to the SAC turn true. As T2K, I mean, they were proving to be really deadly, really dangerous, but forgot that SITM was sitting right next to IHC. And just when Team T2K recuperated from that situation, they got wiped out in a jiffy.
Oh, they certainly did, but Assassin at the mercy of the blue, what can he do? The minute he comes out in the open, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are ready to strike, and it's better to go by the play zone rather than giving away your finish point to the opponent. But let's see what's going to happen. How many first stage does he have in his hands? Because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they are not moving away. They are still looking towards Assassin. All he has is a little shack and just few meters out in the open to cover, which is not going to be easy. And with AJ blowing up the vehicle, it's going to be a tedious task for him. On the other side of the map, well, SITM, well, their victory was short-lived because QB has been dealt by Woofies over there. I8, they are having the entire southern control, and SITM, even they are down to a single player.
Yeah. At least as of now, good news for all the NB fans. And the same can be said for Miracle Vibes, as they are set on a war path, a path to create history as no team in the previous 6 seasons of the PMPL SA has managed to win both the league stages and the grand finals. And if for Miracle Vibes they manage to do so today, they're gonna write history. As look at them, you know, the tension is definitely there. This is not the Miracle Vibes we are acquainted to see. Usually at this point they would have made a push on Kunyo TRZ already, but now they are playing with utmost caution. They know how important this game is, and they know how crucial it is for them. And the same can be said for the likes of NB Esports, who have had a rather different style of approach. You know, they're much more balanced as a team. They really know when to notch it down a little, and that is exactly what they've done. They've got a really good spot inside the circle. They've got nothing to worry about. With Miracle Vibes, they finally have to make a move, finally have to make a dash inside the zone. Now, what is going to trouble them? Well, we've got I8 on their eastern side, and now if they decide to take a fight against Kunyo TRC, they might be in for some bashing from the right side. But Sky seems to have been taken down, seems to have been taken a blow. So I8 have their attention divided right now. Now, this is a perfect time for Miracle Vibes to maybe spot one of the players out of Kunyo TRC and instantly make that push.
Well, they can make the push, but NB Esports and TRZ, they are being silent for now. They have the circle, they have got everything. On the other side, I'm worried about the players of Leo Esports, because one side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are aware of their position. Another side, on the uphill, we have the players of Raw Officials, and looks like AJ wants to have this fight. Raw Officials, they have a good ridge under their control. They do have good covers for them. And Leo Esports, all they have is an open concrete. And AJ, that smoke is already inching closer as Leo Esports, this vehicle steady, are moving inside the circle. Even AJ has spotted down Zordi from the side of Raw Officials, but Zordi is going to take down Leo Esports. One player left with a sliver of HP, and AJ is going to capitalize on that. And Zordi also goes down. Trades are coming in at the same time. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, can they find the confirmation? Because at such distance, you can definitely knock the players. But getting the confirmation is not going to be easy. But Haidami, well, you can certainly get a confirmation onto him.
At this point, you know, Leo Esports, they've kind of been proving themselves as the wildcards, right? Every single time you kind of tend to discard them, they somehow come back swinging. This time is not the case for Haidami. Caught a little astray from his pack and is being dealt with. But now this is one of those knocks that maybe Miracle Vibes were waiting for on a player of I8. And all they've got to do is just pick the right fight. Right? They cannot afford to lose on numbers right now. They need a few elimination points nonetheless. And they've been silent so far. They haven't been getting into a lot of action, which we've seen them doing. And just when we were talking, Doc gets taken down, and things start looking really south as NB have finally managed to take down East. The danger man from Miracle Vibes, and now hell's falling under. The skies are falling down for them. As Miracle Vibes, not just they need to get their players back up, they somehow still need to manage to find a good position inside the circle, especially with them being so exposed. There you go. East had just gotten revived up, but I8, they're gonna start punishing them.
Oh, they are going to punish, but right now Raw Officials are inching closer to the plus of SITM Esports, where Jiro just survived that Molotov, but Claw comes with a buggy along with his teammate Yeta Uta with a UMP in his hands, and Jiro, can he clutch it out? It's a 1v2 situation where the certainty is at the back lines, but before that Raw Officials are going to deal with him, and SITM, after getting 5 elimination, gets bye-bye on the 8th spot. Now Raw Officials, they have the control of the eastern periphery of the circle. They have the numbers, but I8, they're susceptible to those grenades that might come in from the side of Claw over there. And looks like Sky is going to reposition himself inch closer inside the circle, but Boofies is still at a very weak spot. Along with that, they have 4MV also on the other side. So I8, a little bit in a shaky position right now. They have to find a good spot for themselves. On the other side, TRZ comes in and finds a confirmation point onto the plus of 4MV. Even 4MV, they're not looking so good. Looks like they are at the mercy of the blue.
Right now, I mean, things are getting so much exhilarating at this point because this is pretty much NB Esports' game to lose. And for Medical TRZ, they are defending with all their might, and there you go. Apex decides to close in, but for Medical Vibes, they have bitten the dust. And NB Esports, a golden chance to secure the chicken dinner and get a huge lead because the other three teams, they have been taken down and not with a lot of points, bear in mind. And if NB Esports manages to get a chicken dinner out of this one, everything is gonna change and they could write their own script. TRZ, in fact, they are defending with their lives over here. Viper, he's got a very big task ahead. He needs to revive two of his players, needs to get a decent cover inside the circle. But Mad Cat, he's out for blood. He wants those crucial kills. And if they can do that, Kunyo TRZ will be in a really good spot, at least to qualify for the SA Championship.
Well, certainly we can because they have the numbers. They are having a very good momentum. 73 points already in their favor, and NB Esports right in their crosshairs. Rare X, perfect moment. He shied away, went into the covers. Now they do have a good compound. On the other side, NB's Mondo globs a perfect grenade, takes on Rare X over there. This is a moment where they have to go for the revival. On the other side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming do a perfect third party as they take down Seth on the side of NB Esports. Now NB, they have to deal with SKYLIGHTZ. At the same time, they have to deal with Kunyo TRZ. They are pretty much in a sandwich situation. Thankfully, they do have a good compound to the name. Sek is again back on his feet. Nothing to worry about. Their numbers are still intact. They do have a good position inside the circle. Everything is working in their favor. They just have to defend and get those elimination points and a chicken dinner. A very important chicken dinner, but it is so crucial for the players of TRZ and Raw officials to get this one in their pockets.
So they have to hold on to their nerves. They cannot let this game go away from them. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Raw, everybody just hell-bent on taking them down as Yeta Uta decides to fight against the monsters that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are decided to charge in at their direction. In fact, Raw trying to pick a fight against them but could be exposed to attack from the side of NB Esports as AJ somehow bobbing and weaving, trying to keep himself alive. But for how long is the big question. As Sek manages to find a knock far away, that will be on Nova. But coming back to this fight, Raw, they are showing intent. They want to go in, but Zodi can only find one as there you go. He gets traded by Fistboy, in fact, from the backlines as No Fear and Mafia Ninja. They have to somehow defend this area. They have to somehow keep them at bay as Raw still trying to kind of rethink the strategies as No Fear decided to initially charge in, but at the end kind of retreats. So a little bit of a hiatus, not the way we wanted in this particular fight, but for now it's a little bit of an intense situation brewing up as the Molotovs have been laid down, but nobody's burning as No Fear finally finds another crucial one, and Yeta Uta falls down to his misery as Claw finally remains. One good grenade and three players from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming could just get decimated in thin air, but it's gonna be Fistboy who does the dealing there, and now it is all down to AJ. Now the perfect time for, you know, Claw to come out, but not necessary at all, as elsewhere we see, you know, TRZ dealing with I8, where SKYLIGHTZ have been dealt by NB Esports. Now they know that Claw is the lonesome player surviving. You know, the next potential threat is going to be Kunyo TRZ, of course. Mondo deals with Claw, and now we are down to a 4v4 showdown between Kunyo TRZ and NB Esports as they decide to change everything, change the dynamics, the gravity in the overall standings, as Rare deciding to charge in as it's a 2v2 split going in for the players of NB as they defend with all their life.
They have to defend, and it's so important for TRZ to get this chicken dinner, to get those 10 placement points, extra 4 elimination points if they want to qualify for the SAC. The smokes are down, the grenades from the hands of Mondo brings down the number of TRZ as Rare X also goes down. No, leaving Mad Cat and Steel Shot. Even Mad Cat goes down to the hands of Mondo, and now NB Esports, this is the moment to strike, but last player was fighting, bring down one player from NB Esports, but not for very long as NB Esports, they reign supreme and get a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
And this is exactly what they wanted. This was exactly what NB Esports needed, and we knew that Miramar game was their sweet spot, and they had to convert that, and so did they do it. And with that being said, you know, with the other three teams barely managing to secure any points, and I think 13-14 finishes chicken dinner, they are gonna propel themselves high up the leaderboard with a very good difference being created between the rest of the pack. And there you have it. Well, 13 eliminations, 23 points secured, and production has done a good job hiding their rank, but we know where they are placed right now.
Oh, certainly. We don't know. This much maths even I can do.
Oh my goodness. What a change of events over here, Shadow. And now things have all gone down the wire, at least for the other teams. NB Esports, they're going to be pretty happy with what they have achieved so far. Welcome back, folks. You're watching the PMPL SA23, the grand finals, the final day with just 2 games remaining. Of course, the next one's going to be Sanhok, but gives us enough time to talk about what happened in Miramar. Well, Stalwart, they fell. DRS, they could not execute the rotation. For Medical Vibes, they were in such tight situations. They were kind of helpless. How do they come out of that? And NB Esports, they were enjoying. They found a sweet corner. They decided they'll just stick to the houses. No risky maneuvers, nothing to do. Just played a safe game and managed to get a very high kills chicken dinner over here. And the MVP will be nobody else other than Mondo, as this player had a little bit of a slower start in day 1, but eventually comes day 2 and day 3, he gets on rolling.
Oh, definitely. NB Esports kudos to the IGL as well, because the way they move inside the circle, this time also TRZ and NB Esports, they were placed perfectly since a very long time. I think since stage 3 circle, NB Esports were holding on to that compound, and the way Mondo executed the final 2 fights, the perfect grenades that came from his side, he was able to bring down the numbers of TRZ. Not just one player, he was able to take down 2 players from the side of TRZ. Mondo played it to the perfection, especially during the final fight with TRZ.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, that final fight is something worth remembering. And TRZ sort of just wanted to force it, but that's such a good result for them as well. As we take a look at the top players, Mondo, Sek, Fistboy, all the known suspects over here. Then you've got Sky from Illuminate Crew. So lately, I8 has been having a really good day as well in the office. And for T2K, I think they're just going all out. At this point, they're not shying away from taking any of those fights. We saw them on multiple occasions. They kind of showed no fear when they went up against even IHC, and then eventually just to get wiped out by SITM. So that's going to be a little painful. But right now, taking a look at the match rankings, NB Esports has managed to gather 23 points. And the next nearest team in the top 4, I don't see them. In the top 8, Shadow, this is where things are going down. And I think I'm more interested to now just go to the second page and find how many have Stalwart secured for them. And same goes for DRS and for Medical Vibes.
just happy that TRZ they got 16 points and SITM they are having 6 points. Even the race for the top 12 is not so easy because SITM, TRZ and Raw officials they're fighting with tooth and nail. And this time Raw officials, yes, they do have 12 points to their name, but Deadeye guys just a single point. MABETEX Esports, well, they were also taken down pretty early in the game. Even DRS Gaming, Stalwart Esports, like you said, 0 and 1 points to their name, not having a good run, but nothing to worry about. At least they're qualifying for the SAC championship. The only thing that is going to affected by them being on the second or third spot is the bank balance. But they're definitely moving into the SAC.
Yeah, I mean, that's not going to concern them. But right now, I'm just kind of having butterflies in my stomach considering the final 2 games remain. And yes, we are done with Miramar, for at least for the PMPL SA Grand Finals. And no more Miramars from here onwards. The final Sanhok and Erangel remains. Now, as we head into the penultimate game of this tournament, Sanhok has always been a game changer. And NB Esports, they've built a very good lead. All they've got to do is just hold on to it. And this is where, I'm kind of starting to speculate who gets the chicken dinner in this one. Is it going to be Medical Vibes? Or is it going to be Stalwart? They make a comeback? Or is it going to be DRS? Because it's so difficult to actually try to pick up a team. Because I'm pretty sure, Sanhok hasn't been NB's strongest suit. So somebody really needs to hit the nail over here. And we have made our predictions. That's going to remain same throughout the day, and this is the point where the other Nepali teams could also go a little bit aggressive. We saw what happened to Stalwart, where high voltage, they just did not care. They just wanted to go in, just press in and do whatever but get those kills, and once they did, it was done and dusted for them.
Even in the last Sanhok also, yes, the previous Miramar teams did perform really well. It was very aggressive Miramar as compared to the previous ones. Even the Sanhok also, last Sanhok, so many different things happened. Teams were caught in during the rotation, especially during the on the Camp Alpha Island where we have 3 teams like SITM, High Voltage and Deadeye guys. This game is crucial for all these 3 teams. Yeah, High Voltage, they're in a safe position. But for SITM, let's find out what they are going to do this time, because if they go towards the shrine, maybe this time High Voltage will be there again, or maybe not, we don't know. The stars are not aligned properly, I think, for the plus of SITM Esports, because either last game didn't go in their favor. Previous Erangel also was not entirely in the favor of SITM Esports, but TRC, after such a dominating performance in the Miramar, I think a lot of things have opened for them. If they have back-to-back consistency in the remaining 2 games, maybe TRZ can qualify.
Yeah, I think at this point, anybody, just could be anybody's game, because SITM, they have not been that great, to be honest. They've been getting a few kills here and there. Haven't really shown that consistency that was much needed, especially with that hunger coming in from TRZ. Even Raw getting 2 good games. Now, this is where the positions are going to be threatened, and same goes for Deadeye's guys also, because we've got 2 narratives and 2 storylines for this particular match right now. Who is going to be the winner of this PMPL, and which teams are going to qualify for the top 12? With the battle getting really intense down the order, this game is going to give us a more clear insight, a more rather vivid picture of who's going to qualify and who's not, as we just hope to see yet another fight just breaking around Camp Alpha. Last time we could see, the players of High Voltage just contesting Deadeyes, just trying to, put a stop at their dreams of qualifying for the SA Championship. And this time, I think things look a little different. I kind of have a different take on this. If you want to really ruin a team's game, what you have to do is, instead of just dropping down at their location, a place where they're very familiar with, try to just block their rotation path, right? What are the ways that, a team like Deadeyes could opt for? They could either take that northern bridge, where IHC are anyways present, or they could go for down south, where you could really put your players in there and make their life hell. But now, interestingly, we've got a rather more central circle around that Paradise Resort. So I8 are going to be really happy about it. NB Esports also, if they manage to survive the wrath of I8, then you never know. But knowing I8, they have not done this throughout the grand finals, but come at the final day, they seem like they have a itch to take a fight.
what can be the perfect moment? The last Sanhok is a perfect time to go against the old rivalry I8 and NB Esports. But we have T2K also in the picture, and there is a chance that T2K, they were looking hungry for those elimination points, but no, NB Esports, they are not in the mood to pick up a fight. They want to keep up the hashtag one spot in the overall ranking. They don't want to risk anything, so they're not going to engage in a fight. But last time when they did so, by looting the city of paradise, they went directly towards Jane, where Jane was able to bring down their numbers. So this time I really hope NB Esports, well, they are prepared for Jane. At the same time, T2K Jane, well, he's prepared for the plus of NB Esports, because NB, they're heading directly towards his direction. And looks like shots are already being fired from the side of T2K, and NB Esports. Akaze has taken a hefty damage. Now T2K, they are aware of the players of NB Esports. At the same time, from the backlines, I don't think I8 is going to do a third party at this time.
You know, they want to go for the chase. And just when NB were thinking that they could be safe, look at them. Look at T2K getting really close. And at this point, you know, NB Esports might just get sandwiched. And their worst fears could come true. All they need to do is just get 5-6 points. And I think they'll be in a safe position to win the championship. And with so many of these Nepali teams right after them, you know, this is where the real masala really arises, right? You know, we hadn't seen I8 go after NB so early on, and today they did. They just threw them out of their compounds, and now T2K, what have they got to lose? They've qualified for the SC Championship. They have secured enough points, and now they could also go on to try and make things worse for NB, because if DRS win this game over here, and with a good margin, then NB will have a game on their hands in the final one. They will have to prove their mettle yet again. And this circle, I mean, not exactly a DRS circle, because they have to get in the circle really quick. And same goes for Stalwart, and also for the likes of Medical Vibes, who have already left Painan, and instead are kind of somewhere just hovering around bootcamp. Raw officials, had they shown the same sort of tenacity from day number one, I think they would have comfortably been in the race to make it to the top 12. But now they have to fight for their spot, which they're doing, which I really appreciate. Do not give up till your last match.
Oh, they are certainly not giving up. I agree. But yes, if day number one, had they delivered a good performance in even one of the game, they could have been at a better position in the overall ranking. At one point, I was thinking it's way too late for the Raw officials to qualify for the SAC, but the way they are fighting, kudos to their efforts. I really hope they qualify. I really hope they get the chicken dinner. But right now, we have the players of Seal Esports holding on to compound, not having the perfect resources in their hands. Yes, they do have those shotguns, few smokes and molotovs, but nothing really that can help them to survive till the later stages of the game. At the same time, they have the players of I8 in the close proximity. So the CL, they are just being the silent ones. They are just being silent, holding on to the compounds, waiting for the next circle shift. That is when they will start making those rotations, or maybe will go for the secondary loot. But Sanchar is definitely one of the guy that impressed us in the grand finals. But Soulless, he was the one from the side of Seal who used to perform really good in the league plays. But suddenly, I don't know what happened to Seal Esports, because in one of the Miramar, I still remember Seal was a team that went in all YOLO, all aggressive, going for those, hunting for those teams and grabbing those elimination points. But suddenly there is a drastic shift in the playstyle of Seal Esports. Now they are the more calm and composed one, rather than the aggressive forces which they were trying to be in the league plays. Maybe it could be the pressure of grand finals, but hey, last two game remaining. This is the moment when Seal Esports has to bring the aggression.
I mean, Seal, we did, you know, touch upon them. This was a team that was one time, I think a couple of years ago, was one of the most feared teams in the SA region, right? One of those teams, but I think they had that complacency all the time. And they kind of were a little erratic also in their behavior with how they kind of tend to qualify. In fact, top the charts on one week and then suddenly failed to qualify in the second, and kind of raised a lot of doubts, a lot of questions. And then we had a few swaps in their rosters, few players going to different teams, and we haven't seen the best out of them so far. But right now, SITM and Kunyo TRZ battling it out against each other, with TRZ taking a little bit of damage, but inflicting the same on SITM, as Jiggle might have been spotted from the far off, as T shot way out in the open, and QB will punish him as SITM kind of respond back, and a very crucial battle between the bottom two teams, because at this point survival is of the utmost importance over here, and both these teams want to avoid the fight, get inside the zone, and get a few kill points for themselves, and make sure they somehow edge into that top 12.
And look, he's coming from the northern side. The squad of high voltage that can ruin the things for the players of TRZ and SITM Esports, as both these three teams are trying to migrate inside the circle. Yes, the boot camp is completely empty, but Stalwart Esports and 4MV, they're on the outskirts of boot camp, where 4MV, they do have the height advantage as well. So yes, holding on to boot camp at this point is not going to be of such advantage. But TRZ and SITM, they have to do something. Look, from the looks of it, maybe SITM, what they can do is head over to the city of Painan, and from there try and move inside the circle. But TRZ, if they directly head in, I think they're going to find a clear pathway, because high voltage, they're not coming south. They're opting for the waterways. They're crossing the river bank, having the swim, and maybe will enter into boot camp. On the other side, talking about the players of Raw officials, because this game is very important for Raw as well. They're having the southern control for themselves, but we have a team in the close proximity. There are the players of DRS, and we know DRS is not a team you want to poke in the map of Sanhok. So Raw officials, if they stay silent, I think they are good to go. But NB Esports, well, their backs are pretty loaded. Sek with that M249 in his hands, his teammate having a shotgun. They have the perfect weapons in their hands to even barge into the compounds of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, who are in the close proximity.
Loaded, you say? Seems like not the case with Akaza. Just barely has one first aid and just one Molotov to work things around. And their lives have been made hell, to be honest. With what happened at Paradise Resort, they were kicked off from their own houses, and they decided to loot around the nearby vicinity. And the moment they tried to do that, T2K was also nearby. So NB Esports, if they win a chicken dinner in this one or get a top 3 finish, I mean, I'll already declare them as the champions, if they can somehow manage to do so. As Zyol, I think, has sort of given up, trying to, just go uphill, way out in the open. DEADEYES guys took a few pot shots, but suddenly they realized that they have to get inside the circle, and have already lost out on one of the players. And DEADEYES guys is one of those teams that has been fighting for that top 12 position, and they know a lot is on stakes for them right now, and survival is their first priority, at least, because what will happen to IHC even if they get eliminated? DEADEYES is going to get some crucial 4 points, but that's going to absolutely ruin their time of rotation inside the zone, and it's going to be much more difficult for them. And so it's better to take the higher route, just escape from there. Might have to rotate a long way up north and get inside the circle, maybe from the backs of I8, or even go as far as going towards T2K. But as of now, for Medical Vibes, this is not how we have seen, how we are acquainted to watch them. They've been so patient. They've been so disciplined. They're just playing for positions right now. They're just holding down the circles. They're not pushing on any team. And the same can be seen in the Stalwarts department as well. Because even the likes of Stalwart, we have seen them taking all those early fights, and they have also taken a halt. And we all know the reason why. They cannot afford even a single casualty at this moment. Winning this game is imperative for them. And if they kind of get eliminated pretty early on, their dreams, their chances of making it to be the victors, the champions of PMPL, will be left just like that.
Well, certainly they are targeting the top spot in the overall leaderboard. They want to be the champions, because for MV, they were consistently on the top in week number 1, week number 2, and week number 3. Stalwart Esports was also giving a very tough competition. So yes, that could be the reason we are seeing a change in the playstyle of 4MV and Stalwart Esports at this point, because they are the aggressive forces, and looks like TRZ, they are also in the close proximity to the plus of 4MV. And shots are being fired towards the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, where they have managed to take down one player from the side of DEADEYES. Things are not looking good as Slayer Sir is the only man remaining, trying to make a quick escape. But NB Esports, no, it was actually Seal that is going to lay the final bullet, and DEADEYES, they become the first team to be eliminated. After this, I think I can safely say that chances of DEADEYES qualifying for the ACC are almost negligible.
Yeah, looks very bleak at this point, but this is the fight and I'm pretty sure a lot of the people have been waiting for. NB Esports against T2K. Now T2K, they've got nothing to lose, and NB Esports, the crown that's on their head. At this point, Mondo gets into the compound, into safe covers. He knows that they're being watched upon. He knows that somebody's gonna knock at the door sooner or later, and they also understand that they have to engage in a fight, get those couple of looting done. But for that, they need to survive the wrath of T2K, who have been quite impeccable. They've been showing no fear every single time now, moving like a pack of hyenas together. And NB, look at that. They're scared out of their mind right now. Because one player even getting knocked out, they might lose their nerves. And in that tumultuous situation, oh god, Malik finds a knock on one of the players of for Medical Vibes, but they retaliate with two. Would love to see what's happening over there, but as of now, T2K still just hovering over. And now finally we're back. Malik left to fend all by his lonesome. Doc will get that revival coming in from Refuse, but East knows he has to get some value out of this fight as Malik manages to get one more knock, and he's got to go on a retreat. And this is the point where he needs to drop a few smokes and ensure that he's got all corners secured, because even Leo Esports could pose a threat at their direction. Because right now, what For Medical Vibes can do is just safely gatekeep them. Malik, he's all by his lonesome. He has to get inside the circle. You've already gotten a few finishes, or just get inside the circle. Just forget about Malik for now, because the big picture over here is to try and get a top 3 finish with 8-9 eliminations.
And look at the circle. The circle has taken a sudden eastern shift, and now 4MV, they have a long journey ahead of them. So it's better they focus on the rotations, and we have T2K and NB Esports in kind of a stalemate situation where we have the players of Seal Esports in the close proximity. But for now, Seal, they are in no mood of a third party. But Rig wants to breach into the compounds. NB Esports, they're not giving too many sound cues. So the grenades that are coming from the side of T2K, well, the players are safe for now. Rig on the rooftop trying to get some information where exactly the players are. And Jane finds a perfect grenade, takes down Akaze over there. This is the moment they can barge into the compound as they take down Fist Boy also. But no, it was MABETEX doing a third party, and Fist Boy has been eliminated, helping the case of T2K as Mondo is in 1v3 situation, having a DPS in his hands. But that won't help, because Jane was also having one. That he has been dealt with. NB Esports left with only a single player who is going for the revival onto his fallen comrade.
Yeah, fishing for targets, and seemed like the hook really worked. And somehow, at this point, NB Esports desperately trying to grasp as many finish points as they can possibly have, as they are in a whole world of trouble. Just saved by Sek and Akaza, who needs to patch himself up really quickly, as Sek holding down the line, but eventually falls, as now T2K, after just healing, they will be running after Akaza. Akaza still trying to hold himself up, does not have meds, it seems like that, but does administer that final first aid on himself. And now T2K trying to get in to deliver the final blow. Akaza, what can he do in this situation? T2K are hounding for him, and well, Akaza somehow, he's just staying alive, refuses to die, refuses to give up, as Jane closing in on the distance. T2K taking all the sweet time in the world, and eventually they will find the target that they were searching on for so long, as NB Esports, all they could get is just 1 point, courtesy to Suyog's elimination, as T2K have succeeded in their endeavors of trying to put down NB, and now this has made things a lot more exciting, especially with DRS having a good chance. If they can get some decent points out of this game, then who knows what awaits for us in the final one. We will have a match for a lifetime.
And it's Sanhok. We know DRS are so very strong in the map of Sanhok. The early elimination of NB Esports. Now they're just waiting and hoping for the elimination of DRS on the other side. This is going to open so many things for the plus of DRS. But right now, Mamba is hiding behind those blown up vehicles where the 4 players of 4MV are in the close proximity. But the question is, does the player of 4MV, do they have any sort of idea where exactly Mamba is? Because their attention right now is towards the side of Leo Esports on those vehicles, making those rotations. Doc with an Info16 tried to take down one, but failed to do so. So Leo, well, they are safe for now. And 4MV, they have to move inside the circle, checking every corner through those molotovs and grenades. On the other side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, this time they are again in the center spot, a prime spot to hold on to. They have Stalwart Esports in the close proximity, but Leo Esports and T2K not looking so good as Haidami bring down the numbers as he gets a confirmation onto Sandesh, leaving Rig and Jay.
This is going to be such an important game, especially for Miracle Vibes, who are trying to get inside the circle. But look at Rig, he spotted out DRS. At this point, if Rules gets picked off, it's going to be a huge loss. Yet Auta, however, does the job. Deals with Delta. But Killer does get that trade-off over there. And Gante finds another knock. DRS fighting for their lives. But Rig right now realizes he's being posed by a threat down below. At this point, somewhere down the line, T2K will have to inch in closer to the zone. The big question is, how are they going to do that? On the kill feed, we can see Apex falling down on his knees. And for Miracle Vibes, this is not a good news from them. And Stalwart Esports, they are going to be rejoicing with all these teams falling down. DRS go out of the server. And there you have it. Just 2 eliminations. 2 points from this game. And their dreams of winning the PMPL seems to be thrown out of the window. As Stalwart, I think they would be the happiest in the room right now. For Miracle Vibes, they have taken a lot of losses. DRS, NB Esports, both being wiped out. Stalwart has done that even in the previous Sanhok game. Can they repeat it again? That's the big question. But for Miracle Vibes, if they can miraculously survive, make it to the top 2 or top 3, or maybe somehow get a chicken dinner, that's going to change a lot of things. As Seal closing down on the players of T2K, as they have a little bit of compounds to hide. But at some point or the other, in the next 8 seconds, they will have to move out because the zone's gonna start shrinking in.
And that is when 4MV, they have to go for the rotation. They have to pick fight for the closest. Stalwart Esports, where MABETEX are also doing a third party. IC with a grenade, bringing down the numbers of 4MV. Right now, see Esports, well, they have managed to eliminate the plus of T2K Esports, but 4MV and Stalwart Esports, they're also suffering. And the next victim for Seal Esports could be the plus of Leo Esports. Behind that truck over there, but a 1v2 was way too much for Soulless, and now he has been eliminated. Left with 6 teams, and Haidami spots Sky over there, takes hefty HP, and at the same time lose all his own HP. The grenade comes to the rescue of Mr. Smokey. As I8, they have also been wiped out of Sanhok, down to 5 teams, 15 players remaining. 4MV, they have also been eliminated. This is going to open so many things for the plus of Stalwart Esports. It's like a deja vu moment of the yesterday's Sanhok, where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming was holding on to the compound of Stalwart Esports, and Stalwart, instead of them, it was Leo Esports. This can be the game of Stalwart Esports.
It certainly could be. The SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has had managed to secure a chicken dinner from that spot. But for Stalwarts, the floodgates have opened up. For Miracle Vibes, they have been eliminated. DRS and NB also with them. If Stalwart can get a second chicken dinner in Sanhok, this changes everything. And then we will have a fight on our hands, and the teams will be reduced down to just 2. The battle between the Mongolians only, where Stalwart and NB fight for eternal glory over here, as IC has managed to secure 2 very important knocks. But Stalwart, are they going to take their chances? Are they going to decide to push? Because MABETEX might make their lives hell over here, with Kessie just spraying down his entire magazine from his arm over there. He spotted down a few players, but Action, he's fallen down on his knees. Courtesy to Haidami, I don't think he's gonna survive, but Nirzed doing whatever he possibly can, stealing as many finishes as he can, as he still keeps Stalwart alive and kicking. Somehow, Action still prone down, still knocked. still bleeding, yearning, screaming for help, but I think it will just be NIRZ and top for now as Leo and Stalwarts engage in a battle where they would want to establish the supremacy in this particular fight, as HIGHVOLTAGE and Smokey V3 wanting to change something from here. Leo Esports, we know they kind of tend to get really deadly in the maps of Sanhok, as Mafia Ninja just lies down right out in the open, as Stalwart's trying to just pinch in through, get as many finishes as possible as the final two remain. It is a 2v2 situation and Stalwart have gotten so close. All they need to do, Shadow, over here is get that final kill on HIGHVOLTAGE, and their chances, their dreams of winning the PMPL will be alive as Tops gets eliminated. It all comes down to this man, NIRZ, as HIGHVOLTAGE just peeking through the trunks of the tree, trying to get a knock on NIRZ, trying to get that final kill. Will now cook a grenade at NIRZ, trying to close in the gap. He knows exactly where HIGHVOLTAGE is hiding. Finally gets that cover around the rocks as HIGHVOLTAGE just charging in with his Vector, as NIRZ has managed to dish out some specific amount of damage, but still bobbing and weaving both these players. HIGHVOLTAGE really low on HP. NIRZ needs to go for the final blow. Can he do that? That's the big question. Both these players very alert, making sure NIRZ in the process gets confirmation, but the job is still not yet done. HIGHVOLTAGE wanting to heal himself up, but maybe could have been a decision that can come to haunt him, as Stalwart do it out of nowhere, have managed to secure a chicken dinner. Wow, this changes everything. This changes the top spot. I'm pretty sure with this chicken dinner, they take over the sports spot and NB Sports. The big question is, are they gonna crumble under pressure? Stalwart's getting such an important chicken dinner at such an important time. Oh.
Certainly, it was so crucial for Stalwart Esports to get this chicken dinner, and these 11 points are definitely going to help their case and challenge NB Esports for the championship.
Lightning has struck, and the god of thunder, this time, he was not Zeus, he was not Thor, he was NIRZ. I mean, this player, he's done it for his team. I mean, writing his own story, NIRZ doing the unthinkable, where we all thought it was a battle lost for Stalwart in the end. He showed nerves of steel. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment I think all of you have been waiting for. The final game. Just that one game that separates NB Sports and Stalwarts from becoming the champions. But wow, what a game that was, Shadow.
Oh, it was full of action. So many things were happening. First, we thought it is going to be a game for NB Esports. When they were taken out of the lobby, we thought this is going to open things for the plus of DRS. But when DRS also got eliminated, well, it was bound to go in the favor of Stalwart Esports, because for NB, they were struggling with the circle. They had to transition themselves inside the circle. That was itself a very challenging task. But in the end, yes, HIGHVOLTAGE had a cover of the tree trunk. The blue was closing in. Tops was taken down. And NIRZ, he was fighting. He had no cover. He was running out there in the open, and HIGHVOLTAGE was not giving any unnecessary peek. He was just peeking, giving a little bit of the glimpse, fighting, shooting the few bullets, but that was not enough to take down NIRZ over there. In the end, NIRZ finally, when he ran out of the bullets, he switched to that M416 and took down HIGHVOLTAGE.
This is a battle of a lifetime, and Stalwarts, I think they did give us those heartbreaks, you know, in day 1 and day 2, and finally in day 3 they arrive in style. And this has been sort of customary, right? Just go on to win 2 chickens over there. Sanhok making it their map, and the MVP. I do not know what the stats are gonna call, who they're gonna make the MVP, but for me had to be NIRZ. But HIGHVOLTAGE, well, let's not steal the thunder away from them. I mean, HIGHVOLTAGE, well, he was also one of those crucial players. I mean, this is one of those days where you just kind of tend to crumble under pressure. One bad decision making where he kind of went to try to patch himself up. I think that is when NIRZ heard those sound cues and capitalized on it and made it theirs. And whatever it is, I mean, I just want to see NIRZ stats because he did so much for his team in those final few moments, and certainly has emerged out to be a hero. Leo Esports, I mean, this is one of those teams that was kind of somewhere sulking down in the bottom, but that second spot is definitely going to help them to make things even more exciting for the top 12 spots. But top players, a quick look, NIRZ, there you can see 6 eliminations for this lad, and it was just that damage numbers that kind of restricted him from being the MVP. But top also along with him, one of the front runners for the MVP of this entire tournament. But Matt Samri and NIRZ has to have the highest eliminations.
Oh, definitely. 6 elimination to his name. Even kudos to the valiant efforts that came from the side of Haidami, because in such a pressure situation, it's not so easy to clutch and take down the top dogs in the lobby. Yes, Leo Esports, they have shown signs of improvement in the grand finals, especially yesterday, but still, it was such a pressure moment for Haidami over there. The way he handled himself, he almost took down NIRZ, but NIRZ saved the day for his team. Not just one, he has done it so many times in the past. And Stalwart Esports, well, 21 points to their name. Leo Esports, 18 points, a very high fragging game. And MABETEX also, this time they also fared off really well, 9 points to their name.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart Esports, this was the moment of truth for them. 21 points and are in hot form to go into the final battle to Erangel, where NB Esports, they're going to be scared down to their wits. As for Miracle Vibe, somehow managed to steal 5 points. As things are completely just going down the drain for DRS Gaming. Every single time they've been trying to, kind of play a rather safer game, try to survive, make it inside the circle. Seems like their old ways are not working anymore. To the point where I think the chances, their dreams of winning the PMPL are just thrown out of the window, because they have barely managed to get any point at all. And with that being said, folks, the final battle is going to be in Erangel. It could be NB Esports. They have to have that winner's mentality. Yes, they've had a huge setback, but they will have to recover quickly, instantly, and focus on the next game in hand. Or will it be Stalwart, the team that is flying high on confidence right now? They've got the momentum. They're feeling exhilarated with what they achieved in Sanhok. Can they do it again? Can they be the conquerors of the SA region yet again? That's the big question as they look to redeem themselves. But we know how it really comes down to. I mean, I've casted so many events, and we all know the final game, Erangel, it kind of becomes just anybody's matchup. And especially it kind of becomes a match where someone maybe at the 7th, 8th spot goes on to win. So Shadow, who do you feel is going to take this one?
Oh, it's going to be so difficult because it's the last game, last Erangel of the grand final. So many teams might have a bullseye target. This is the time for the rivalry also to brew up. We did see what happened in the previous Erangel, where the Bridge and 4MV, it became such a big challenge for the players of 4MV to move into their drop location, that is military base. So anything can happen. And NB Esports, Stalwart and 4MV, my eyes are going to be on these 3 teams, and at the same time DRS.
For one thing we've seen, if you're top of the pack, then you've got a bounty on your head. And a lot of teams are going to be searching for you. So, we're not going to make any predictions because our predictions are already set in stone. But for you viewers, an interesting question. You've been all watching the matches thoroughly and keenly. So, this is where you've got to answer. Who's going to target NB and who's going to go after Stalwart? Let us know, because I'm pretty sure 1000% this is going to happen. Somebody is gonna try and ruin their game, and the big question mark also comes in: are NB and Stalwart going to change their drop locations? Because at this point, NB, I'm pretty sure they must be jolted by how T2K was just hunting for them, and they were relentless. They were not stopping at all. And same could happen with Stalwart, especially considering they just got a win right now.
Well, Definitely anything can happen. Even we can have certain bullseye target onto the players of 4MV, because everyone knows from where 4MV rotates, at what exact moment they leave the military base island and go for the rotation. They are so aware of the timings of each other's rotation, so anyone can try and cut off the rotation. And this is not the first time that in the map of Sanhok, T2K went against the players of NB Esports. We have seen this happening even in the league stage, and this time T2K, they did cap at NB Esports. And NB, well, this is such a pressure moment. The pressure is mounting on all these players' shoulder right now, because they want the title. Stalwart Esports, they want to earn the title at any cost.
Oh. The last match, the last ride, the last hurrah. As we venture into Erangel to find out who the champions of PMPL SA 23 Spring shall be. It could be Stalwart, it could be NB, or maybe for Medical Vibes could just steal it away right under their noses. We never know, and anything and everything is possible from here. And at this point, you know, everybody with bated breaths await the match to begin. Flight path trajectory from Stalwart towards Quarry. And the big question, and in fact, really bad news for all the Stalwart fans. They've got to travel a long way down south. Now, not the kind of a start that Stalwart had hoped for, but you have to be prepared for the worst.
The flight path itself is not favoring their case, and at this point I don't want to be in the shoes of the IGL Stalwart Esports, because it's not going to be an easy decision. We all saw what happened to the plus of 4MV in the previous Erangel. Same thing can happen with the plus of Stalwart, because DRS, they like going towards the side of Milta. Even I8, they go towards the side of Farm. So it's not just Stalwart, it is 3 teams aiming for that same area, and looks like the first blood has already been drawn. Was it I8?
We'll have to check. Is that... No, it is Assassin from High Voltage.
Okay.
That's not gonna change anything, right? It's fine. It's fine as long as it's not anybody from the top 4. But now the top 4 battle has kind of reduced down to just top 2. And are they gonna settle scores right from the very beginning? Because Illuminate, they're on the hunt. Stalwart, they have fired a lot of bullets. NB Esports, they have to run for their lives. And Illuminate, they are gonna stop at nothing at all. You know, be it pistols, be it fists, they're gonna do anything and everything it takes to maybe take even a single player down. NB Esports again struck with lightning right from the beginning of the game, but thankfully, I mean, on the other side, we do see for Medical Vibes getting a few knocks, but the big question is, are they going to commit or not?
Well, NB Esports, they really need to take a deep breath and calm down and approach the game so cautiously, because yes, the casualty could have been there, but thankfully NB Esports, now they are safe. They just need a good compound, they just need the good resources. On the other side, 4MV, they have managed to get few good defeat points onto the plus of Raw officials, and that's not gonna help the case of Raw. On the other side, we have the place of I8 already heading over to the southern side of the farm, looting the compounds, looking very happy by doing enough damage, getting 1 defeat point. They're just happy. They're just happy they have done so much such a big damage.
You know, for Medical Vibes at this point, I think I'm pretty sure they're going to be out for blood. Because they know just getting a chicken dinner is not going to make sure they have a fighting chance for the trophy, right? What they have to do instead, they have to be all over the place. They have to do whatever it takes, take as many fights, because it's now or never, right? A team like for Medical Vibes, you would not want to see the, you know, just watch them kind of back off and just settle with maybe a 3rd or a 4th position, right? And I think they have a decent margin. They're kind of ahead of DRS. So at this point, I'm kind of hoping that for Medical Vibes, just go all out. And for Stalwart, like you know, anticipated, they've gone for a different drop this time, just around Mansion and Shelter, and now around Prison. Or are they going for a hunt? Okay, now this is going to completely change things around. If Stalwart take down NB right from the very beginning, then there's no point for this match. Does not matter whatever the outcome is. Stalwart Esports, they're playing it smart. They know if they can deal with NB right from the very beginning, then no matter whoever wins, they've got that first spot secured. They do not have to play the remainder of the games under pressure. But this is literally playing with fire for Stalwart. We have seen them do it in even the previous renditions of PMPL. This is something that even the current IHC, which was formerly Zeus, did once, and somebody else benefited. But regardless, I think it was DRS that kind of won that show. But again, Stalwart, they realized like let's not get too overwhelmed, too excited, because this is exactly something that could have happened, as Wally has managed to take down IC.
You certainly have, and Stalwart Esports IC has been eliminated. Baron gets the confirmation, and now Stalwart Esports, they're not going to be happy at all. Even one of the player, I believe it is Action, who is down to a very little HP. Stalwart, they don't have the resources, they don't have the perfect weaponry in their hands. They have just dropped in. They were moving towards their drop location, that is Nova Ripnoi. And MABETEX, well, they have the entire loot of Milta Power. They are looking pretty loaded. But Action, along with his teammates, is trying to make a quick escape from this situation. But where do they go? How do they reach their drop location? That is Nova Ripnoi. Action is trying to go ahead from between the road. But finally, he's safe. MABETEX Esports, they got one defeat point. And Stalwart, they have suffered enough casualty. They want to keep their numbers alive till the very end of the game.
At this point, Stalwart would be discussing themselves. How could they lose out on numbers? And they were out for blood, and eventually they get hunted. And now it certainly changes their approach. They have that threat looming right over their heads, right? That sword hanging could fall down and just chop them off any single moment. Because if Stalwart get eliminated pretty early, then they're serving the trophy to NB Esports on a silver platter. And considering that fact that for Miracle Vibes will be out for blood, this just goes down for Stalwart. They do not want to bottle it at this moment, especially with already NB deciding that with whatever loot they have, they just want to contest for the center of the hills and hold on to their life. And that's all they need. Just stay at a high ground advantage and get at least 3-4 kills and just hope that Stalwart gets eliminated, as Wally is deciding to continue on with his rap. And Ansha from Raw, barely alive, just one bullet shy, will escape.
Finally, he has escaped, and thankfully, he's going to be pretty happy because enough damage has already been done on the side of Raw officials. They lost one player through the hands of 4MV the minute they dropped in, and now Raw officials, even they are also walking on a very thin ice. I don't know if they're qualifying or not, but this game is crucial for them. But Stalwart and NB Esports, Stalwart, they haven't made it to the city of Nova Ripnoi yet. On the other side, NB Esports, they have to be very calm and composed one. The over-aggression might go in their favor or might not go in their favor. This is going to be so very tricky for them, because if they go for the over-aggression, if they then it's not going to fare off really well in terms of the overall ranking. But Stalwart Esports finally safe in the city of Nova Ripnoi. But look at the rotations that are coming from the Western Front, where we have the players of IHC, DEADEYES, Leo Esports, at the same time TRZ.
Right. So they've changed their strategy. What I can feel Stalwart is doing over here is they want us to retreat back, Nova Ripnoi, recuperate a little bit, and take the waterways. Maybe that is their go-through way. Or maybe rotate pretty late into the game and oh god, they just arrived at Nova Ripnoi to loot, and now they have to escape from here. And this is going to be disastrous from them, because the kind of decision they took. I mean, I thought at a point maybe they will just take over those Milta Power factory over there, maybe go towards the nuclear power plant and get whatever loot that remains and just go to the top of the terrace and defend. Now that could have been the way to go. And I think they tried to do that until MABETEX kind of just shoved them away, just thwarted them from their territory, and Stalwart had to be pushed back. Now, this is the point where for Miracle Vibes needs to make a very important decision. Do they stay over the bridge and fight against Stalwart, or do they just go inside the circle and pick up other fights. But regardless, we've got a fight where T2K just charging in at MABETEX direction. This sort of aggression we are seeing from T2K time and again, and we've been loving what they've been doing throughout the day.
Oh yes, T2K. They are looking for blood, and this time the target could be the players of MABETEX Esports. They have got one defeat point in their favor, and MABETEX, well, they lost one of the player. But now MABETEX, they don't want to ruin the chance of getting a chicken air or having a best game in the last Erangel, so they're not going to engage in this fight because, of course, they have all the reasons to shy away from this fight. This is their circle. This is their home ground. Wilta Power. Complete eastern periphery is a MABETEX area, and they want to capitalize on it in the later stages. But looks like Sandesh is the guy who is getting shots from somewhere else. He did lose out on to a little bit of the HP, but T2K, they do have a good compound to hold on to. At the same time, they have NB Esports and I8 also lurking nearby. And NB Esports, I'm not in favor of the compound which they are holding on to right now, because there is certain uphill advantage to the team on the left side. At the same time, MABETEX Esports and T2K, they can also do a third party. So NB Esports might want to change things at the later stage or maybe in the next circle. But Monda with a DP takes on Sandesh over there.
And if T2K have any idea that the team in front of them is NB Esports, they're gonna leave everything and just go after them. And then we'll see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also applying pressure, and then NB Esports, they might be reduced to ashes. And NB Esports will have to somehow defend with all their lives. And I completely agree with you. You know, we have barely seen any team kind of successfully defending from the compounds that NB Esports is holding. But hey, can't really blame them at this point. Any cover, anything that keeps them a minute alive extra, they will take that with open arms. But Kessie, ooh, just dancing around there. It gets spotted out, but no major casualties. But look at T2K. They show no mercy, instantly charging at their direction as Kessie will take the brunt of it as Baron. He needs those trades. He needs to get the job done instantly as Baron. Oh, he takes a dip into the water. He realizes he's got no business over here as MABETEX. They will have to go for a hasty retreat. For MABETEX and T2K, well, they have not got a lot to lose or win. And at this situation whatsoever, T2K Sandesh, all he's got to try and get his teammates back up. Jane somehow just crawling his way back to him. But Suyog also under dire circumstances. Baron, considering the fact that he has dropped down, leaves Wally with a huge job ahead. One good grenade could completely haul down the hopes of T2K, but it misses by miles.
And what is Rick doing all by himself in that compound where his teammates are fighting with the players of MABETEX Esports? Yes, he's guarding the compound, but right now his teammates needed him. But now it's just Valley, so it's going to be an easy win. But for Celia, it's not going to be easy as the players of TRZ and DEADEYES both are doing a third party where TRZ, there are 2 players down, and Steel Shot with a vehicle trying to make a quick escape from the situation as the blue is closing in. All this is happening around the mansion area, and Breakup with a grenade is looking for the confirmation point onto the plus of TRZ, and looks like DEADEYE guys are going to be the faster one with the DP and will get the confirmation. Now TRZ, the question is how do they move inside the circle? At the same time, Becca is also stuck, no vehicle at all, and DEADEYE is on top. Sir looks like he's hunting for him. Easy confirmation will be made on to Madcat over there, even for TRZ. Well, this was a very important game, and they're already down to a single player with just 1 elimination. Not a good start, not a start they were hoping for, but towards the lumberyard area, we have the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming having a good spread, good control, but IHC, well, they are also in the close proximity.
Oh, they certainly are. And at this point, Shadow, I'm just kind of, you know, almost on the verge of a breakdown. Stalwart, what do they do? NB, how do they hold on? Now so much is going on because Stalwart playing around the edges. They are the ones fighting with death because for medical vibes right beside them, and they need to do anything and everything to avoid them and make it inside the zone because they do not have all 4 of their men alive. IC is not there with them. He had been eliminated early on, and for medical vibes dealt with a blow, and this is where IHC show no respect, and Doc also goes falling down. Curtsy to Demo And Ziol secures that kill. IHC, I mean, their days look numbered over here. But still, they don't care. But for Medical Vibes, getting huge dents. As now they survive with just Apex and Refuse. And Refuse hiding behind that little thin tree. Gets spotted out. And Apex, his dreams are looking to just shatter right in front of his eyes. And will maybe have to settle with the third or the fourth position. Because things have definitely gone awry for Medical Vibes, as IHC look hellbent on dealing that killer blow and taking Apex out of the equation as he decides to cook up on that grenade, as Alex with that shotgun deciding to close in, and they have that location. All Godless has to do is just slap his face, and there you go. There goes for Medical Vibes, eliminated at the 16th spot.
And even the players of Deadeye guys are not looking so very good. IHC 3 defeat points, and their next victim could be the players of High Voltage, or maybe vice versa, because High Voltage, they do have a certain height advantage and to demo over there, but the spread that is coming from their side, IHC, they can go for the flank angles. Malik and Praveen, they are pretty much pinned down behind that rock. One grenade, even a grenade is not required. A perfect flank angle is enough to take down Malik and Praveen in the situation. And Zoil with the vehicle was looking for the flank, but Malik is going to stop in his tracks as Zoil takes hefty damage. And Malik with a grenade might be looking for some knock over there. Can he take down Demo? And the answer is no. But on the other side of the map, we have Leo and T2K also going up against each other, where the numbers are dwindling down. But at the same time, Stalwart, well, they have made it inside the safety of the circle. They have the southern control. If they manage to find a good compound, a good position to hold on to, they can find it from the southern side. But NB Esports, well, they are in proximity to the plus of I8 right now.
Yeah, I8 have decided to barge in on their compounds, and there you go. NB Esports wiped by I8. Certainly missed that action, but there goes their dreams of winning the SA, PMPL, and now Stalwarts. I'm pretty sure we're going to see that smile on their faces at the right position. Does not matter what the case shall be, but I'm pretty sure they might have done it. But at this point, High Voltage against IHC. Well, one of their players has fallen down. High Voltage and IHC both have nothing to lose at this point. It's all about respect. It's all about glory for all these two teams, as Jiggle gets forced out from the lower grounds. Alex somehow converts that. And that being said, the numbers on High Voltage, they are diminishing as Godless finally activates his God mode. Little too late into this tournament, but it's fine. You know, IHC, they've still qualified for the SA Championship, and all they can do is just get a little bit of a practice for what awaits for them in the future.
I just can't get over how NB Esports can get eliminated so early in the game. I8, they barged into the compounds, and I8, they're not stopping. The next victim are the players of Deadeye guys. But NB Esports having 0 elimination, this is going to open so many things for the players of Stalwart Esports. Even the players of 4MV, they have been eliminated. The only threat is DRS. They have got the numbers, but do they have good position inside the circle? Yes, they are somewhere close to the players of Stalwart Esports on the southern front, where even the players of Raw officials are also there. The next circle's shift is going to decide so many things. And well, Stalwart Esports, they are on the southern periphery, a good position. But on the western side, we have IHC going up against SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and Nima is going to open things up as he takes on Zoel with that perfect M416 spray, and Alex with that buggy is going to lure the players out, but no, Demo hiding behind the trunk of the tree gives a bit of the glimpse, takes hefty damage. At the same time, Nima also needs to be a bit cautious. If he doesn't, Godless will take him down, and exactly that is going to happen.
The glimpses of the past seem to have come true for Godless, as finally all the Godless fans would be rejoicing with the way their hero is playing right now. This is exactly how we wanted IHC to perform. Show no fear, show no mercy to their opponents, and they are doing exactly the same. Demo closing in the gap on No Fear, just has a Bison to play around as Demo just prones in. No Fear again taking the cover of the trees, and now will just instantly flush him out with that Molotov as No Fear starts burning, as the grenade starts getting cooked off, as Demo applying extreme pressure as No Fear takes that opportunity, instantly backs off.
Well, it certainly backs off, but Demo is still fighting SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. The numbers are not favoring their case. So let's see what's going to happen. IHC, 5 defeat points already in their favor. Actually, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, all the 4 players are still alive. The revivals were made. And Zero is also from SITM Esports are fighting. And looks like DEADEYES guys, after having 6 elimination, they have been dealt with. They have been eliminated. But look at Prabeen. He's such a close proximity. Hiding over there at the mercy of the blue. I don't know how the players of IHC didn't spot him over there. But finally, Prabeen, he has made it inside the safety of the circle. And now just hoping that the players of SKYLIGHTZ and IHC prioritize the rotation so that without any vehicle, he can move inside the safety of the circle. But SKYLIGHTZ, they're still holding on to that compound. And Assassin, high voltage, he's in such a tricky spot right now.
Yeah, job's still not over for Stalwart. Not until they get a few kills over here, at least 5-6 points secured. Then they could maybe start to celebrate. They know the biggest thorns in the path have been dealt with. And now they are going after another big dog over here. That is DRS. Few of the players already knocked out. DRS desperate in trying to get the revives done. But Tops, he's playing with fire. He's got another grenade just cooked up. One more successful one. And 3 might go tumbling down. But that does not hit the spot. Rules barely somehow survives that as Stalwart still eyeing on DRS. As Claw from the backlines has managed to take down Action. As things might go down for Stalwart if they do not survive over here. They know that NB has been dealt with. All they need to do is at least get 3-4 position points. And get a few kill points to their name. And as you can see, they are exercising extreme caution. But they need to do that. They need to do that in order to make sure that they are at least 4-5 points clear of NB Esports. I'm pretty sure they would have done the maths, but we have no idea. NB might have had a little sliver of a lead. Stalwart definitely did make a comeback in the map of Sanhok. But NB did get a lot of kills in their previous Miramar chicken dinner. So that is something that we really need to count down to. But considering the fact that Stalwarts have retreated, do not have enough men, they need to, you know, somehow get Action back alive. I think they've done that. And also, they need to get themselves inside the circle.
And IHC can stop them because Demo is in such close proximity to NZ over there. But right now, DRS, they're lobbing some smokes, deploying the soft cover so that they can transition themselves inside the circle. On the northern front, we still have the plus of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, SITM Esports, SITM. Also, this is a very crucial game. On the other side, DRS, they are marching towards the circle. And Mafia Ninja is hiding behind that rock, ready for the plus of IHC. But he just survived that grenade. And AJ from the rooftop angle is trying to capitalize on the information, grab as much information as much possible. Looks like No Fear. He has a vague idea about the players of I8. Courtesy to the smoke, the position has been given away. Now the players of SKYLIGHTZ are ready. At the same time, they have information onto SITM as well. So SKYLIGHTZ, this is their game in terms of the elimination points. Because they do have a height advantage onto SITM and IA, they can capitalize on the elimination point. But Stalwart, they're still being the silent ones, still playing with the circle, on the edge of the circle, having the southern control in their favor. But I believe the minute the circle shift is going to come in their favor, they will start raining death and destruction.
Oh, they certainly will be. You know, at this point, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've got a really good position to hold on to. But Stalwart, Action, at this point, they really cannot afford that. As Zodi manages to take down Rules over here, it again comes down to NERZ and Top. Action is pretty much done for, but Top, he wants to go for that. He wants to revive him. He wants to get his teammate back alive. And with constant threat, constant pressure from IHC up top, this is going to be a very difficult one. And one of the most important revives over here. Somehow Top has managed to do that. But now Zyol and Godless could again strike at their direction. As Top deciding to, you know, just park safely. Maybe take control of that Wizard Tower. Get back to his teammate. But no, they decided to stick for another position. Maybe exposing themselves to threat from the backlines. That could be Raw in that particular case. But I'd say regardless, they've managed to get 7 finishes already. And like anticipated, Top is under heavy fire.
Oh, certainly he is. But IHC Demo, look at his position. He doesn't have too many throwables in his hand, but his teammate Zoil, 10 grenades, 2 Molotovs. Oh my god. He can eliminate the entire squad just by grenades. But Stalwart, I won't say they are in the best of the position. They are in the low ground. They're holding on to the visit tower and tops. He really need to watch his six because from the backlines, Kancha is in such close proximity that smoke will give away his position, and these tree trunks are not enough to provide the necessary cover. And looks like Tops is aware about the players of Raw officials. And let's see what can he do. The circle shift is not going to help the players of Stalwart Esports right now because it goes in the favor of I8 and Raw officials. And at the same time, SITM also, they are awarded by a good position inside the circle. They should make it count if they want to qualify for the SAC. But Stalwart, what they are going to do, at one side they have IHC, on the other side they have Raw. Looks like they are going to fight with the players of Raw officials. Even the players of Raw officials with those Molotovs are trying to take down Tops, but failing to do so.
No, there's that narrow, small little valley kind of a position there. I think they have to go over there because that is the only way they can survive from the onslaught. Because at this point, if they take around the center of the map, then they're gonna be just pressed in like a sandwich there, and it could be either IHC or it could be Raw. So Stalwart, I think they'll have to wait a little bit, be a little patient, or maybe just let Raw aggress. But no, they're the ones taking that first step, and IHC is so well prepared for them right now. IHC having complete control over that northwestern territory. The only posing threat would be coming in from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, as AJ, he decides to go after the players of SITM over there, as there you can see a few trades coming left and right. And now this is the fight finally breaking out. Mafia Ninja and No Fear just charging in on QB, the lowest survivor, as he gets picked off, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, another team wiped out to their hands. And SITM goes down this time, however, with 5 eliminations to their name, so few points accrued out of this game. But now the big question is, Stalwarts have made it to the top 5, but they have to dig in a little bit deeper, and this is where Raw officials start dancing, start playing with IHC. So IHC realize they've got trouble from down below, so they have to calculate every single move that they make. Stalwarts still somehow at the edge of the circle, still somehow have to, be alive, kept alive right now, because IHC hasn't really been applying that pressure on them, at least for the next couple of minutes. They have to somehow breathe. If they make it to the top 3, the first position is completely secured. But just when we speak, Ziol lobs the grenade, and it is death from above for NERZ, as another grenade is being cooked by none other than Godless, which decides to find its mark. Can it do so? As action, he's getting fired even from the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Stalwart, this is looking like doomsday for them, as Ziol connects another one, as NERZ bites the dust. It all comes down to top.
And what can he do? He's pretty much pinned down, and the grenades that are coming from the side of IHC, I don't think he can do pretty much in this situation. He's going for the crucial revival onto his teammate. Yes, the smokes are there, the vehicles are there, but at the same time, the blue is also there. Blue has started closing in, and Godless and Demo, they're already marching towards that airdrop to get that little bit of the cover for themselves. But Zoil still holding on to the uphill angle, but Zordi finds a beautiful knock onto No Fear of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. This is looking so very promising for the plus of Raw officials, but IHC as well. Well, they are looking for the plus of Stalwart Esports. Action is again back on his feet, but not for very long, as Godless comes in and deals with both the remaining plus of Stalwart Esports. But nothing to worry about. I think Stalwart Esports, they have done enough. They survived till the top 4. They have enough placement points, but is it enough to be the champion? I don't know. My maths is not that correct, Fixes.
Now the storyline is, can Raw make it to the top 12? Because they have been digging in, they have been clawing their way, and they've made it ever so close. 3 defeat points, but still at the top 3 position, would get a few position points as well. But if they can get a second spot, because now they're fighting against all odds, they're at the worst possible lower ground, and IHC has constantly kept an eye on them. But IHC also have to look out for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. It's a Mexican standoff, ladies and gentlemen, right now. It just could be anybody's game, as Mafia Ninja deciding to get in a little bit closer to Godless, but Godless instantly smells the threat and snuffs it away, in fact. And at this point, it has come down to whoever gets that next knock. Demo still waiting and hiding. Kansha really close to him. Claw has a different angle altogether. His only responsibility right now is to deal with the threat coming in from maybe Mafia Ninja or AJ. That is his sole responsibility. Godless and Zio, they are together. Demo has been left to fend for himself. If he gets knocked down, there's no chance on earth that he can get back up. Every team depleted out of their utilities. Look at the bullets, look at the ammunitions. Just a few more mags remaining. IHC have been constantly fighting against so many teams. At a certain point, they will have to break out. Kansha, having taken a little bit of damage over there, instantly decides to change his position as Demo reveals himself. But he does manage to get that crucial knock. And now Raw are in a whole world of trouble.
MK14 in the hands of Demo, and it is so very deadly. Even the players of Raw officials are not able to stand for very long. Left with only 2 players. Dodi falling his way, and the players of IHC right in front of him as they are busy dealing with the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Trades are coming in, and Demo left all by himself. Even the players of Raw officials, they have been eliminated. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have the numbers in their favor. This looks like this is the game to lose. There is no chance for Demo to clutch this one. Or maybe he can, as Mafia Ninja is the only one remaining. As 2 players from the side of IHC are still bleeding. And the grenades are coming in. And at Demo, he has an MK14. At the same time, a solid hard cover for himself. But Mafia Ninja has a grenade. And IHC Zoil giving away the position of Mafia Ninja, and Demo with the MK14 comes in, but S12K reigns supreme as Mafia Ninja gets a winner chicken dinner for himself and his team.
Yeah, the final laughter comes down for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but the big question is, who is going to be titled as the champion? Have Stalwart Esports done enough? In the final few moments, it got really intense for Demo, really out of bullets. Just had barely 16 hours in M4, switched to that MK14, but the S12K screaming in volumes over there, secured that chicken dinner for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But for even the boys from Raw, I mean, they went in so deep there, and I just hope they might have made it to the top 12. But what a wholesome game it was. We saw NB Esports getting eliminated pretty early. Same goes for Medical Vibes and DRS, and it came down to just Stalwart Esports. The big question again, just in our heads, is have they created that margin of difference? Does not matter. It just has to be one. Have they done it? That's the big question, folks, because if they have, they're going to be taking everything. The championship trophy, the $7,500, and the bragging rights to be the best in the SA region.
Oh, definitely. They will earn the title. They were looking for the title since a very long time. Stalwart Esports, at the start of the game, it looked so very dicey for Stalwart Esports with IC taken out down pretty early in the game. That is something they didn't anticipate at all. Even moving towards the drop location became a very challenging task. After that, the circle shift that came in, well, Stalwart Esports, even they were also a bit worried. But NB Esports getting early elimination, that was a sight of relief for the players of Stalwart.
Yeah, it sort of was, right? I mean, talking about Stalwart, they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place at that situation, because had they deep down dive towards the middle of the spot, I think it would have just been either IHC or Raw just kind of pincering them from both the sides. They wanted to have that edge approach. They were actually desperate for a knock maybe from Raw, but Raw would not have been ideal. I think the best way out would have been taking a fight against IHC, but considering that's such a nice high ground advantage to themselves, so that was something that was very far-fetched for them. But they still fought down till the end. But regardless, I think that could have been enough. But the suspense still lies, because NB Esports, that Miramar chicken dinner with 12 points might have made all that difference, or maybe that Sanhok chicken dinner, that comeback that Stalwart posed could make them the ultimate kings that reign supreme over SA again. And such a storyline for Stalwart Esports, to be honest. I mean, the way they had started the finals off, it was that major advantage from the bonus points they had. The first 2 days of the finals were kind of meh for Stalwart Esports. It was just them performing in the final games of Erangel. But today was a whole different story for them. today they came in strong. They were starting to hit, and they were very, very vigilant. I mean, they were not going for those unnecessary fights that they usually tend to engage in. And most importantly, we saw action, the old glimpses of action where he was starting to look a lot more disciplined, starting to do a lot for his team, and maybe that just could be enough.
Strong today, but I think they started their aggression since yesterday only. So the last Sanhok where they came on the 4th spot, I think Stalwart Esports they started performing really well from that very game, and day number 3 is the day where it mattered the most, and they delivered it perfectly.
Hold on, this is the moment of truth. This is the moment we've been all waiting for. Every single one on this broadcast. The champions will be Stalwart Esports. They have conquered South Asia yet again. They will get that trophy. They will get that lion's share of $80,000. Another feather to their cap. Whenever you think, whenever you rule them out, they somehow bounce back in. But tonight, the hero may be somebody else. Tonight, maybe TRZ could be the one, the new addition to the roster. He delivers. He gives them the crown. He gives them that juicy chicken dinner in Sanhok. And then, well, all you know is history right now. Stalwart Esports reigning supreme yet again. And they have written the script. And yet, we have one more prize out there. That is the MVP. Is it going to be top? Because yesterday he was on top. But today, I mean, could be somebody else. But also could be top. Could get his hands on the $1,000 also. Now, such a huge morale booster for this squad, right? Getting into the SA Championship, not just with the bragging rights, but also with a huge prize pool in their pockets, and this is going to be really nice, especially because in the SA Championship we'll be joined by the other Pakistani teams also. But another big question lies in front of us. Now we know that the champions are Stalwart Esports. That had sort of been concluded with ND Esports getting eliminated pretty early on. But the big question is, which are those top 12 teams that head on to the SA Championship? Have Raw dug deep enough? Have they done it? That's the big question. Because SITM Esports, barring that first day, they were kind of going down, and this time they had managed to get 5 finishes. But Raw, barring that first day downfall, where they were kind of looking miserable, they have managed to stage a comeback. Even the same can be said for TRZ. So I'm kind of really excited to see which will be those top 12 teams, because we had a whole different battle going on in the bottom of the table, and now it's time to take a look at the teams that have made it to the SA Championship. All right, so 6 points differentiating NB Esports. Heart goes out for them. And then we have got for Medical Vibes getting 188, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they bounce ahead of DRS Gaming, and that last chicken dinner sort of gives them that 1 point lead. So a huge monetary loss, at least for DRS Gaming. But regardless, now we've seen IHC at 160, T2K at 168, MABETEX at 170. We have our top 8. But who are the remaining 4 there? Now that is the big question, folks. That is the big question. Because anything could happen, and I'm pretty sure it's just those mere points that will separate them from the rest.
Oh yes, it's going to be so very close, because all the bottom teams were fighting with tooth and nail to qualify for the SAC, and finally Raw officials, after sheer conviction, they have made it in top 12 and they're qualifying for the SAC. But unfortunately, SITM Esports, TRZ, Seal Esports and DEADEYES guys, they won't be seeing us, we won't be seeing them in the SAC.
Yeah, and look at the difference, right? Just 3 points, and Raw officials have done the unthinkable tonight, folks. Illuminate Crew at the 9th spot. On 10th, we've got Leo Esports. On 11th, it's going to be High Voltage Esports, and Raw officials closing it down. And for SITM Esports, I think the only team, despite getting a chicken dinner, they fail to qualify to the SA Championship. Kunyo TRZ, they did whatever they could. DEADEYES guys, SKYLIGHTZ Esports, we just could not get to see the fire. And one other thing, folks, I mean, this time the SA Championship, in fact, is going to be so much interesting. But the SA Grand Finals of the PMPL. I mean, one thing for certain, what we witnessed was it was a Mongolian domination, right? The top 3 teams being Mongolians, and they have reclaimed their glory. And High Voltage Esports, you know, considering the fact that they were the defending champions, it's been a huge fall this time around. I think they will be taking some learning lessons from here on, and they still know that the SA Championship is the bigger prize, and eventually it's the road to the GC, right? And even DRS, I think they absolutely bottled the final. They kind of choked, and this is something that would go on to haunt them, because honestly, after the first game, we had still had them in the contention, and something just went down.
Yes, for DRS, yes, towards the end, they started the grand finals on a very dominating note. Day number 1, DRS were looking so very different as compared to the league plays. They were more aggressive, they were picking so many good fights. But now, especially today, DRS, we did see a kind of a fall in their performance. Maybe it was a pressure. They were again resorting to the old game plays where they were playing with the circle, finding a perfect spot, not going for the elimination point. That kind of became a hindrance in the past to become the champion of the SA.
But there we have the MVP, the winner of the $1,000. It's going to be Tops. Extra $1,000 in his pocket, and he is going to say thank you. Has certainly been one of the most consistent players. I mean, ever since we saw Top in action, I mean, there has barely been any day where you can see that, where you can tell that he's out of form or something. You know, the captain of his squad, and leading his team by example, and again, another feather to his cap, and he's going to be really happy about it. And Stalwart Esports completely have established the dominion this time around, and 32 eliminations, 6,766 points of damage done, and all these stats are just out of the grand finals. And yes, Tops, he is reigning supreme, King Top.
Oh, he is. Even in the league plays, he was on the MVP race, either on the top or the second position. Yes, Tops and Action, the perfect duo that is coming from the side of Stalwart Esports. But along with that, Fist Boy is also one of the guys who stepped up big time in the grand finals. Earlier, it was only about Mondo, but this time in the grand finals, Fist Boy, the way he improved his gameplay, the way he was bringing in the action, 27 elimination to his name. At the same time, from the side of 4MV, Sick and Dogwood playing to the perfection. On the other side, East took a backseat in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think East was kind of invisible this time around. We did see him create a lot of impact, but yes, I think props to Fistboy. I mean, I loved how he played, and in fact, even for Sick, right? Especially, you know, considering how well NB Esports were looking. Especially at after the first game, we saw, maybe even after that Miramar chicken dinner, we all felt like this could be their day. But I think it was a little too much to handle, and this is where I think experience really mattered. This is where Stalwart Esports got the chicken dinner of their lives, right? That Sanhok won, and NERZ just paving their path to glory. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of partying to do in Stalwart Esports Bootcamp, and I think all the fans are going to be happy. I mean, one of the most fan favorite teams of South Asia. They have constantly been dominating the region, and now next they will set their eyes on the ultimate prize, that is conquering the entirety of South Asia in the South Asian Championship, which is going to be happening in the next couple of weeks. I'm pretty sure you are going to get the announcement. But yes, I think kudos to NB Esports for trying so much. And the curse still remains, Shadow. I mean, we are still yet to find one team that goes on to win both the league stages and the grand finals in the PMPL.
Well,
SA.
the curse is still there. The curse is still there. But Stalwart Esports, they are going to be happy because in week number 3 they were on the top. But yes, NB Esports, they didn't become the champion. They did try their level best. It was also about the bonus points because Stalwart Esports, they started on a very good buffer of the bonus points as compared to NB Esports. The consistency is the key. I always say in league play, Stalwart Esports was the most consistent team. That is why they had such high number of bonus points. They were consistent in the grand finals. On the other side, NB Esports, yes, they were trying to bring in the aggression from the very start of the grand finals. The 3-day consistency was there, but Stalwart Esports, well, they were on the top.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwarts definitely were, and when it mattered. And even for Miracle Vibes, right? Creating such a monstrous lead in the league stages, and then we all thought that maybe this time for Miracle Vibes is here for the crown. And this is one of those teams that believed in just pure raw aggression, just kind of decimate your opponent, just shred them apart. But seems like in the grand finals, teams were well conditioned to deal with them, as a result of which they could not do much. For NB Esports, pretty much were the dark horses in this tournament, and I'm pretty sure they would be a little sad about how the result went against them. And yeah, this is part and parcel of this beautiful battle royal, right? There will be times where teams will go hunting down for you, and you have to be prepared, and you have to hold on to your horses. And I think they will take this as a learning lesson for the next events to come. First, they've got yet another chance in ousting or besting Stalwart Esports and get their revenge in SA Championship. But today was a day where we saw T2K showing no fear, Shadow. I mean, right from game number 1, they were just hunting down after teams.
Well, this is the same T2K we saw in week number 3 in league plays. They were on the top, they were going for the elimination points, they were annihilating everyone, especially in the map of Erangel. I thought towards the end of the grand finals, we'll get to witness the same T2K. Yes, they were bringing in the aggression, but something was not clicking in for the players of T2K. Either it was a synergy among the players, because after they eliminate 1 or 2 squads, when it came to the chicken dinner, when it came to the final few circles, they were not able to survive. They were not able to defend the compound properly. That is why the chicken dinner thing was not given to the players, or they were not able to earn the chicken dinner for themselves. So yes, T2K definitely is also one of the teams to look out for in the SA Championship.
Oh yes, certainly. I mean, T2K, with the way they've been, just going after squads and going out hunting, that is, they're one of those teams to be reckoned with. And same goes for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, especially how they played in day number 2, when we had such high expectations from them. And then initially those first 2-3 games did not go the way they wanted. Had they gotten those first 3 games at least 10 at least 8-9 points every single one, then they could have also been one of the prime contenders to go on and fight for the championship. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, ever since we've had that little roster change, it felt like they've lost the hunger, and we've been missing that that charm, that vibe from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But finally those glimpses were alive again, and if they go on to play just like the way they played in the final few days in the grand finals, then maybe the old SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the OG SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, that the SKYLIGHTZ Gaming that we've seen that they go on and play the GC, the pride of Nepal, they could come back. But as things are, I think one debate has been settled between the Bangladeshis, between the Mongolians and the Nepalis. The Mongolians have ruled supreme, especially bagging the top 3 positions, and the Nepalis have come second, with Bangladeshis left far behind. I mean, there were not a lot of squads that kind of posed that threat, not a lot of moments where we could say, yes, this Bangladeshi team has done something really miraculous. And we just hope that in coming times these things change in Bangladesh, considering a region that has a lot of potential, shows on and displays it at the grand level. But that being said, folks, we are finally done, and we finally have found our champions that Stalwart were. And up next is going to be the SA Championship, which I already said is going to be in the next couple of months. And I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you loved your champions. Do not forget to like the stream and follow them all, and also us if you like the casting. My name is Fixes. I was joined with Shadow. We are bidding adieu. till SC Championship.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Go, go, go!